All right, y'all. Welcome to the show. This is Oculus 410 and this is Horizon Live. Welcome. We are live streaming, so please keep in mind if you do want to have conversations, go ahead and party up. Otherwise, your voice is on nearby or maybe whisper. So if you have a question, you're going to have to walk around, line up on the circles. You can come up to the mic, and then you can feel free to ask questions once we get to that part of the show. So first of all, welcome. It's great to have y'all here. If those of y'all who don't know who I am, I'm Oculus 410. I've been in here since last February, basically doing community building, finding ways that I could help the community, whether it was through taking tours in the plaza, helping people with their settings, being able to help them navigate their menus, be able to find places to explore, and of course, find other people. So if you weren't around during the beta, it was pretty much empty in here. This place used to be for special events. We would only do this for when we had competitions that would end, and we would interview the winners. And then if we had any other special event going on, we would basically come to this stage, we would pre-record it, and then it would post as a video. So now that we're no longer in the beta, this has been revived as a nightly talk show every Sunday. So if you are able to make it, please come back every Sunday, 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 Pacific. We also live stream. Our live stream camera right there is streaming live. So, as the sign says, make sure that you mute, join a party. Otherwise, please be mindful of the live stream. But if you end up getting kicked out as the world fills up, you can always go to youtube.com/Vidyuu Nights. Vidyuu Nights is the entertainment side of Vidyuu Tutorials. And if you're not familiar with Vidyuu Tutorials, if you're interested in learning how to script or learning how to build, Vidyuu Tutorials has hundreds of videos that are out there to teach you everything from a basic respawn script that you can place under your world in case somebody falls through, all the way up to things like ordered scoreboards and being able to basically script anything that you can imagine. So before this show starts every week, we also have over on the Vidyuu Tutorials channel another live stream. So you can watch Lakes05 build live, and you can ask him in the chat to either explain something a little bit. You can vote on what's the next thing that he scripts or builds. And then, of course, you can leave your comments down there if you really enjoy the stream and you want to show support. So every Sunday is our best way of giving back to the community, starting off with the Vidyuu Tutorials channel, being able to give you a chance to watch live exactly how Lakes' brain works when he's in there in build mode and he's scripting. But also after that, like I said, the entertainment side, where we come here, we have talks with creators, and then we open up the show with somebody from the audience just to kind of learn a little bit about who's out there. So if you haven't yet, take a look around. There's a lot of new faces today. There's a couple of familiar faces. But what I love about this show is that now that we're finally getting a little bit of traction in the event menu, before it was kind of buried under all of those 2 week long events. Now you can actually see our events that are live and they're actual events. So make sure that you're checking your events page whenever you're in your menu to see what's going on in and around Horizon. Also, if you're not familiar with the Wednesday World Tours, every Wednesday we host the Horizon World Tours, which you get a chance to go world hopping with other creators. You get to go tour people's worlds. Sometimes you'll actually get to world hop with the creator, and they'll be able to give you a little bit of background on how they built that world, where they got their inspiration from, and just a little bit about what they put into that world that maybe you didn't catch the first time around, or if it's your first time, be able to ask questions. So, as I mentioned with Horizon Live, we really do want to make this about the community, make this about the people who are showing up and supporting. That's why every week we don't have the guest actually announced out on this show. So we do a surprise guest every single week. What it also helps with is in case the guest bails, then we've got basically the entire audience to choose from to be able to bring up on stage. But in all seriousness, our opening guest usually is just one of you. So that's why I like to have it to where I'd rather people support me, support the show. And then, of course, you'll get to meet that surprise guest after we have our opening guest. So in the past, we've had guests such as last week, we had Hardy West, we had Lakes 05 on the show. We kicked off the beginning of this show's relaunch with Joy Rain and Jay Dunn, who both have incredible worlds. We've had a lot of great guests up here, and we also had Zach the artist and Sato Mora, who are out there making comics and doing artwork out in the community. So there's a lot of people out there in Horizon that get a chance to come up on the stage, talk about where they started, how they got into Horizon, anything that they kind of came up against and overcame, and then, of course, where they're going from here. And I don't know about y'all, but I'm really excited about October because, of course, the big news right now is that Mark Zuckerberg just announced that the Oculus headset, the next Quest headset, maybe it's Cambria, maybe it's a new Quest, but the next headset's going to be coming out in October. So I don't know about y'all. Show of hands. How many of y'all are ready for a new headset? How many of y'all ready to upgrade? Yeah, I see y'all. All right. Of those hands, are y'all willing to spend over $1,000 for that headset though? Over $1,000? Yeah, a lot of hands went down. So if it is the Cambria headset, that price is definitely going to be above $1,000, and I don't know if paying that much to be in Horizon is worth it. But for me, I want to be ready. So I know if that headset is the next one and they're going to put all their, research and development into that, if they're going to be putting a lot of effort into building the platform to be able to support the capabilities of that headset, I'd rather be ahead of the curve and be able to get in there on that new headset. And I'm sure it's going to be a lot clearer in these goggles and maybe a little lighter. The other thing is, I don't want to not buy the new headset and then not be able to get one. That was kind of the reason why I bought an Oculus Quest headset. When I was looking for a PlayStation and looking for an Xbox, basically they were sold out everywhere forever. And I'm glad that I got a chance to buy the Quest 2 because it allowed me to get in here to be able to create the World Tours event, be able to help collaborate, meet with a bunch of amazing creators, and to host a show like this so that way the community gets to learn a little bit about, maybe they're learning about scripting and they want to know how to get to that next level or haven't yet got into creation mode. How many creators we got out there? How many of y'all have created worlds so far? All right, we got one, two, three. We got a couple creators out there. If y'all, oh, another one up top. Amazing, amazing. It's okay if you haven't had a chance to create a world yet. Don't worry. The best part about it, the most intimidating part about creating a world is literally just opening up your menu, clicking on that create tab down the bottom, and then clicking on new world. Literally, when you hit that new world, you get to choose from either a blank slate, you can choose from a basic template, or you can go into a rich template and just add to it. So if you haven't had a chance yet to create, I highly recommend y'all get into it. Go ahead and just hit new world and start pulling those shapes out of that menu and start moving through some of those tools. You'd be surprised at how easy it is to pick it up. And then when you're ready, you'll be able to go into that scripting panel and start. Maybe if your first script is a respawn, and then build from there. And as I mentioned, Vidyuu, which this is a Vidyuu production, that's why we hosted on the Vidyuu Nights channel. If you decide you want to start learning scripting, there are tons of resources. Number one, obviously, the Vidyuu tutorials. That's a great place if you just want to search up any script. For the most part, he's built something. The next one being if you want to go check out the Meta Horizon World YouTube channel. Vidyuu also created all of those little short tutorials to be able to give you just small snips of what each script does. And there's over 400 plus scripts in there. So make sure you check those out. So looking around the crowd, we got some people here. Looks like we got a lot of new faces. I'm interested to hear from some of y'all. Let's see. I'm gonna look around the crowd. I'm gonna pull somebody up at random. We're gonna ask a couple of questions, and then we'll go ahead and head into the main guest for tonight. So let's see. Now everybody seemed to run scatter when I want to bring them up onto the stage. How many of y'all want to come up here, want to share something? Who wants to talk for a little bit? I see a couple of y'all. I actually had Florida Surfer on my mind right there when I seen you. Come on up, have a seat. Welcome to the stage. I've never actually
Welcome.
officially met you, so welcome.
Welcome.
I'm gonna send you a follow real quick.
All
Now
right.
that we can't have friends on the platform, we got to follow and we got to have followers. How many of y'all like the follow concept? Any of y'all really happy about following people? Yeah, there's a lot of thumbs down. Do y'all prefer friends? How many of y'all prefer having friends again? Let me see a show of hands. Yeah, that's pretty much everybody. What do you think about that? Changing from friends to followers. What's your opinion on
Yeah.
that?
Like my opinion is like good. Like friends and followers. That good. Like people want like add you or stuff. You have friends to add you. That'd be good. you don't have any fans, you want my followers to follow you, you gotta ask first to see why people follow you. You have to ask them first.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing. It's like now that we've lost friends, if I meet somebody, I'm going to send a follow request and they have to accept it, and then they got to follow me
Yep.
back. And while that might
Yep.
work on Twitter, it might work on Instagram, and here it's a little different because these are real connections that we're having. We're actually meeting people, making friends, learning to build together, make collaborative worlds together. And I don't really want to follow somebody or have somebody follow me. I'd rather get to know them. I want to be able to work with them.
Yeah.
So, have you built any worlds yet?
I built one. Yep. Only one road.
I can't pronounce that one, so you might have to spell it out for me.
I made like one. Only one.
Yeah, see that? It's a bunch of letters cloned clone. So what happens in that world? Tell me a little bit about it.
Oh, like in that world, I do like DJs of, like I do like singing, do like DJs of like rapping, DJ and do like raw stuff.
Very cool, very cool. So when you first got into the tools, were you worried about being able to build, or did you just dive right in and you were just like, we'll just see what
I just
happens?
dive right in, see what happens.
Fantastic, fantastic. So just wanted to ask, is there anything you wanted to shout out? Maybe you worked with somebody or where people can find you online? Really appreciate you coming up on stage. The camera's right there if you want to shout anybody out or tell people how to find you.
Like you find me on like probably Facebook or like on here Meta. You like find me on there.
There you go. So, Florida Surfer, appreciate you coming to the stage. Welcome to the show. I don't know if it's your first time out, but I haven't seen you in here before, I don't
It is
believe.
my first
So,
time.
appreciate you coming out here. I'm going to send you back over to the audience, and then we're going to bring
Alright.
up another guest. There we go. All right. So just like that, we bring people up from the audience. We want to be able to give people a chance to come up here, talk a little bit about their worlds, be able to share a little bit about what's going on in Horizon, what their thoughts are on these changes. Anybody else want to come up to the stage? We'll give you one more person a chance. I see Thiesen's out there. We haven't had a chance to talk to Thiesen in a while. Usually we just got you getting a couple questions in. So Thiesen, welcome on up to the stage. Looks like you're on mute, but you gotta drop that coffee if you want to unmute. So welcome, Thiessen. Good to have you.
You too.
So I don't know if you know Thiessen, but we have our World Tours event every Wednesday, and so Thiessen has been volunteering for a few months now, just to kind of help welcome people, kind of encourage people to go into the doors wherever we're world hopping. And so every single Wednesday, if you
You
want to join us, yep, that's what
monster!
happens. Yep,
Monster!
that's
You're a
fantastic.
monster!
I've heard it before. Nothing I can do. So, monsters do not exist, and now neither does JJ. So, sorry about that, folks. That's what happens with a live show. So, Thiessen has been helping me with the tours for the last few months. We do tours every Wednesday. We have people show up, and then if they want to show off their world, what we added to our latest version of tours. Anybody out portals out there? Anybody else have portals? Anybody yet? Yeah, we got one person. So portals are rolling out, and basically, if you want to send somebody to a world, you would basically just pull up that world, and then you could drop a portal to it. And it's pretty nice because rather than having to find doors from thousands of creators to what right now I think I'm at like 700 plus worlds that I'm trying to manage. Basically, all you have to do is drop a portal, and just like that, you get the portal that shows up. So now in world tours, we're able to drop portals down. Nope, let me close that out. We're able to drop portals down off to the side of the stage, and it makes world hopping much easier. So let's say Florida Surfer pops up on tours and wants to take people for a world hop to his world. We just pop a portal down over top of the stage. Everybody jumps in and joins, and now we've got a tour right there without having to worry about getting doors in there. Plus, it cuts down on the performance of the world. I don't know how many people are sharing doors from other people or if you have a hub, but the more doors that you have in an area, the less frames, a lot of frame drop, and the performance of that world just completely just tanks. So it's great to not have to worry about having a ton of doors now. But if you get a chance, please check out Horizon World Tours, bookmark it, and then feel free to join us. So Thiessen, how long have you been in Horizon now? I've been seeing you around the last few months, but how long have you been here?
hey, Job, hey, these are these.
Hey, big dog,
Yep.
they
Like, I
trying to
don't know
do
why.
something.
Hey, you,
Right.
hey.
Bye-bye, G-Dog.
Hey, kick him out.
Yep. He went beat right back to his box. All right. So, Thiessen, tell me a little bit
I
about how long you've been in here and what you've been doing.
I just cannot talk. But so so right after New Year's, I ended up buying my Oculus, and then so between like the 2nd of January to the 16th or something, I I just played John's Job Simulator nonstop, and then on the 16th I've joined Horizon, and then just didn't know what to do. I just uh played Action Island Sandbox for like a month straight, and then just got into new worlds, and then so yeah.
It's funny you mentioned Action Island Sandbox. How many people out there are Action Island fans? Sandwich games, Action Island, Retro Zombies. I'm sure a lot of y'all have played his games. Sandwich is an incredible world creator. He's been in here since the beta, and those games have been around since the beta. That's how good they are. And they got to a point where now not only is he building worlds with meta, but he's also got his worlds in your menu. So you can check out Retro Zombies, Action Island. He even had a hand in Questies if you've been there. He also has what is his other game? He was Action Island, Action Island Sandbox. But he's been working on games, like I said, since the beta, and he's been dedicated. Every time Horizon updates something for his world, he's adding it into those worlds to make them better, which is incredible. And also, if you haven't yet, make sure you join his Facebook group for um, Action Island because you can join in for the different seasons of the leaderboard. You can find out when people are getting together to game, and then of course you can show off your pictures. So, Thiessen, what made you come to World Tours? Like, where did you find that?
So back in the ye old times of only 3 events per week in Horizon,
I know,
um,
right?
uh, I just found World Tours, and then I just met you and got associated with Vidyuu. Well, not really. I haven't even barely been with Vidyuu, so I just met you. Tried. Oh my god! Wait 1 second.
No worries.
I'm sorry, my throat is just like dead. Um, so I just try and help people out, just try and get them to a world. Help. So yeah.
Very cool. Yeah, and I really do appreciate all your help and support in the tours world because the tours event really has been run by volunteers literally since this first week. And having people show up and just want to help out, be able to give a little bit of themselves, whether it's helping greet people, answer questions, or if you have a world you want to take people on. I mean, that's been a huge help. So it's great that you've been able to help out with that. So you are a world creator. You have a couple of worlds now, right?
I just have the one, but I as I mentioned last Sunday, I am trying to build what is it, that Punch Out world, but I've completely given up. What else have I done? Here, give me 1 second. Do do do. So you might have seen once or twice now, uh, the Are You a Werewolf game.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I'm just getting associated with that, and just helping out with that. So,
Very cool. Very cool. So, Thiessen, before you wrap up, anything you want to say, feel free to say to the live stream camera or shout out your world.
um, yeah. So just I'm trying to work on stuff. If anybody in the chat right now is trying to uh look for a world to edit on, try and help out with, uh, contact me, Tyson0330, or yeah. So I think that's really all I
There you
have to
go.
say.
Appreciate you, Thiessen. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for coming up on stage, sharing a little bit of information, and of course, shouting out your world. We're going to send you back to the audience. Thank you very much. So we got some new faces coming in. One of the things that I love about this is that we do have people cycling in and out, and that's great because we get to see new faces, get to see new people come in here, join the event. But I do want to bring up my special guest for the week. We do have, like I said, every single week a surprise guest that we want to try and just bring out without having it be all the friends of the guest. Get some people that are following the show and want to come out every week. But please, y'all, if you could, welcome to the stage. And if they could unmute, let's have Andrew Money. Where to take you? There you are. Go ahead and unmute, sir.
What's
What
up,
in the
guys?
world?
What's up, Oculus?
Oh, it's got
I
you
am probably
lagging a little
glitching like
bit.
crazy.
Little bit.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
we got
right
people
now
loading
my
in.
my internet is out and I'm on my phone. So yes, we have a bad
Oh,
storm
damn.
going on. So trying to get hopefully you guys can hear me.
Let's see if we can get a high five in before we
That bad?
you lag out completely. Oh, damn.
God.
Oh, damn. Oh, man. We that was just good enough. That'll work. So Andrew, appreciate you coming out and being on your hotspot, but sorry to hear about your internet in your area. I want to ask you first off, obviously, AndrewMoney10. I mean, obviously, everybody love money, and I mean, I figure out of 10, that's the number I would pick. But tell me a little about your name. Where'd your name come from?
Well, hopefully you guys can hear me once again. Sorry about the mess up. And my name came from basically it was actually my gamer tag name for playing videos back in the day. And when I made this name, it was 2010. So I think Andrew added the 10 at the end and it was available. And I stuck with that ever since.
Very cool, very cool. So you've been gaming for since like the Xbox Live days or the newer Xbox Live days, or how
Oh,
long we
most
talking?
definitely. Most definitely. The old Xbox Live days.
Oh man, that was a tough time
Perfect
then.
Dark
See,
Zero,
now it's
anyone,
like
man? Woo!
everybody's angry back then, but I'm talking like the old Xbox Live. It was rough times.
Bobby's
People
Horse
think that the
Adventure.
new times is something. Now,
Oh,
so
most
you
definitely.
Xbox or you PlayStation? What are your are you team Xbox or team PlayStation?
Oh, most definitely Team Xbox. I got a PS5 just to get one, but I'm most definitely Team Xbox. But I think
Oh
at
word.
this current time, I think I'm list. I have not been on my Xbox in how long?
Yeah, when I got my first Xbox, I was Team Xbox from then on. But it was something about after I think the PS4 and the PS4 Pro dropped somewhere around there. I was like, man, I'm just not really feeling the Xbox games anymore because I mean, I played all the Halos, the
Oh
Gears of
no,
War, all the
that's a jet
exclusives that
engine,
came
man.
out on the Xbox.
That's a
Yeah.
jet engine. You don't want a PS4. That thing sounds
Well,
like
that
a
was the
jet
thing.
engine
Like
when it.
when I first got my PS4, I was just like, "Oh my god, like this is ridiculous." But I mean, I only played like Street Fighter on it, and then I sold it because I just didn't have time for it. And then, like I said, I couldn't get a PS5 or an Xbox, so I was like, you know what? I'm just go ahead and jump on this Oculus, and like I said, I'm glad I did. Now, what was your experience with getting an Oculus? So when did you first get into it?
Actually got an Oculus. I would probably say 2 years ago. The first Oculus Quest, well, probably even before that, when the Oculus came out, you need the Android phone to play it. It was probably like my time actually having one. But once the Quest came out, started playing games about Beat Saber, all those different games, and this game, I forgot the name of it, but it was something, basically you were like Robo, and you were basically like this soldier trying to these missions and stuff. And uh, that thing gave me the worst, and I mean the worst motion ever. Like that stuff was horrible, man. It got me for like a whole year. I had motion sickness for a week. It was the worst thing ever.
And which
Worst
headset
thing
was
ever.
that?
Yeah, I was off for a whole year. It was a stealth game. A boat, and you basically had to sail the whole time. Yeah, man. I don't know what motion
Huh.
sickness was or what it felt like, at the time. So I thought, hey, just some my stomach was hurting, but kept on and playing it, and yeah, that was the worst thing I ever did in my life.
Now there was a VR around like in the '90s. I don't know if you know what your gaming situation was in the '90s or how old you are, but with the VR back then, if you went to Jersey and there was this big like ring that you walked into,
I feel
and this
my leg.
big helmet dropped down, and then it was basically you were in a mechanized suit, and you were basically hunting the other mechs to, end the game. And I thought at the time I was like, "Whoa, this is the future," and then nothing. There was just literally nothing after that. And so when I found out about the Oculus and the Quest 2 drop, I was like, "Oh, I'm definitely getting in this. Like, there's no way that I'm gonna miss out on this one." Asmo. Man, I'll tell you what, whenever these events are in the what's it called? In the on the menu, man, the people that come in sometimes. Like I don't even see the dude that's just running around a minute ago, Hezimo. He must have left. Oh, I see we got up
Yeah,
in
you
they
get different
seats.
characters coming through here, most definitely.
Shout out Joy Rain and
Different characters
what's his
coming.
name up there
What
next
you
to her?
say,
Do you
Paul?
recognize him?
What you
I
say?
said,
Oh, there
Rain
he is.
and Jay
Name
Dunn
tag
was
was black.
laying up there.
Jay Dunn, what's
My
up?
mama
I
named
couldn't see you.
Janice.
What's up,
My
George?
mama,
I need the
my mama
don't
named
care.
Janice.
I don't
oh
care.
boy,
Yeah, that's a good water
No.
kicking.
this is fantastic.
Come here, Jesus. It's okay.
Hey y'all, do me a
Giga's
favor.
about to
Go ahead and
die
grab a seat
today.
up in the seats. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to get y'all out of here, man. We live
Oh,
streaming.
Willa.
Plus, y'all loud. So head up into the seats. Feel free to talk up there. It is nearby.
What?
For real, you heard me. Andrew Money, you a world creator. How often do you deal with the disruptions and the children and people basically just showing up to
Hey,
It's
what
every
you
day,
mean by
man.
cause
that?
trouble?
It's every day.
Every
What you
damn
mean by
day.
that?
Oh, I'll show you.
No, I don't care.
He doesn't care.
Your
It's all
Uber's
good.
your Uber's done.
But
Is make sure you tip them.
yeah, definitely tipping. So
Well, you
all right. Yeah, I mean,
I hope
unfortunately,
I hope
the more we
this is not too
get
bad.
people in here, the more that it's going to be like this. But overall, I mean, I've been in your worlds, and there's been plenty of times where it's a good time, everybody, hanging out, talking shit, and being able to play games. I mean, let's talk about some of that. When you first got
Yes,
in here, what was
God,
your
yes,
experience?
yes,
Was it
computer.
nothing but disruption and people, being rude and ignorant, or was it a welcoming experience for you when you first got here?
All right. Once again, apologize to the new people that came in. My voice is probably very glitchy. I'm on mobile hotspot right now because we have a storm where I'm at and the internet's cut up. So hopefully it's not too bad. Hopefully this is not too
Yeah,
bad.
we can hear you.
Um, okay. Well, first experience in here, first getting Horizon, actually got in here in January, and actually
What's going on in this place?
what I went to was actually Gutty, now known as Soapstones Comedy Club. That was actually one of
Right.
my first roads in here, and I've been to. That's today was this escape rooms created by Copters. Man, I
Yep.
spent probably 12 hours in his world with a couple friends, and but Soapstones actually did inspire me to build my first world, and that I'm pretty sure a lot of you, a couple faces out here that's been there before. That was
I'm
an
new here.
experience. Questions and crazy things you run into. It was every day. You get a lot of kids in there, come in there, especially when people are on stage, probably trying to do a show or something like that. And it was a little hard in trying to get people out, trying to the show get on and stuff. A lot of the people there
send this over to Oculus support, and they pull the logs and they can see who's pulling remove, and it's just as simple as that. So I don't know if you have
Exactly.
to deal with that in your worlds, but have you had people basically doing the exact thing and causing problems, and then the only option you got is pull to remove.
Um, yeah, even with that, you would get some trolls in there just to pull to remove
times.
people. But if people in the world had an understanding of, we know that person's not, we know not to remove that person. Sometimes we most definitely could figure out like who's that person. Just pull the person standing there acting all weird and stuff like that. Kind of knew who that person was, but most definitely you got all the
See, I think my favorite tool, I don't know if your internet's starting to break up or what, but my favorite tool is just flat out being able to remove as a world creator. Because when I'm in the event space, sometimes the tools don't work, which today, thankfully, they are, because we were able to remove quite a few of, the people running around screaming for no damn reason. But just being a world creator, having the same tools, being able to mute people, being able to remove people. I mean, that's like essential tools as a world creator. I think everybody should get.
definitely, especially events like that.
You must be running out of minutes. Everything is just broken up.
Can y'all hear me?
Nah, there you are. You back. So we got Super in the house.
Oh,
Shout out
crazy.
Super AF. Subscribe to
What's up,
Super.
Sue?
Support Super. Do all the things for Super. It's super time. I don't know if you got tagline or nothing, but I figured I'd give him that. It's super time.
Soup. If you guys didn't hear me, Soup is one of the first persons I actually met inside of Horizon Worlds.
And
When I
Comedy
opened
Lit.
up Comedy Lit, he was most definitely
Yep.
one of the people in there. He's actually one of the first. And, he was trying to start up his business then. Doing photos, doing videos and stuff like that. And one of my next worlds I opened up after Comedy Lit was Wild in VR. And definitely
Red
hit him up
Squad.
because I needed someone in there recording our episodes. And he that's most definitely a brother over there.
Yeah, Soup. I think I met him in Comedy Lit actually because he was recording. Somebody was on stage telling a story about how they was trying to get home and they had a whole lot of problems. And I ran up on him after he was. I seen one of his TikToks and I was like, I do not consent. I do not consent. And that's been kind of a running joke every time I see him. I run up on his lens, especially since I could tell his bot from him. So I was like, I do not consent, and I have yet to see any of those videos. So he does respect my consent.
Hello.
Even though I was joking. So, but yeah, Comedy Lit. I mean, have you relaunched that?
One
I
of his
think I
videos
seen the new Comedy Lit.
went viral.
Was that?
I couldn't hear the question.
Oh, I was saying that Comedy Lit's where I met him, and Comedy Lit was a spot. It was
You was like
packed
Steve
day
Harvey.
and night. Every time I looked at my menu, I saw Comedy Lit. Did you relaunch Comedy Lit, or what's going on with that?
You were like him.
So with that, after a while, when I
Yeah, like
other worlds,
like the way I said that,
the
like
hype of it
everybody started
slowed
saying,
down a little
you were
bit.
you were like Jesus.
Mostly everybody that was in there
Not-
every
oh
day
my God.
became builders. Because everybody found out that everyone can basically become a builder, and that is true. Just go into create mode, go build. Easy once you get the hang of it. But after a while, I really did the whole design and everything built before we even got all these great new features in here, and and every it crashed for some reason. I don't know what's going on with it. I wrote a couple times, but about 9 times, I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but hopefully we can get it back up and running. So I
Hi.
I'm gonna get a picture with you before you end up disappearing from the stage because I feel like your internet is about to.
my still question.
Hey. So now we got a thumbnail for the live stream. All right. There we go. But no, in all seriousness though, Comedy Lit was literally the spot to go to. I mean, people were up on stage, it was roasting, there was people telling funny ass stories, it was just good conversation out in the crowd. And you also had a little bit of fame going on for a minute with that spot. Somebody had reached out to you for uh having a spot in a comedy show. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, most definitely. During that time, it was doing crazy. Actually, a company expect to switch over to the internet as I probably get more better service right now. Um, they reached this deal about a comedy show, real comedians and stuff, basically comedy special project. Man, I had so much fun working on that. Took about one. It was that huge. It was a show. What's Horizon World, and it was
Yeah, I think we're getting close to that point where your data's about to run out because the whole thing is just cracking up. Do me a favor if you could just disconnect and reconnect from your hotspot, or check to see if you got a full signal because it's starting to taper off. So Andrew Money's going to check his internet connection because he is starting to cut out a little bit. Um, So Andrew Money, if y'all didn't know, he's started out in here with Comedy Lit. He's got worlds such as the Blackjack world. He's got the AM Darts. He's got the $100 shot world, which was the one of the first ones that was monetized. So you could go in there, you could pay for the golden ball, and then you had a week to be able to score that $100 shot. And then there was in his latest world, if you haven't been to the blackjack world, now you can actually you can buy a chair for when you're at the table and you want to play blackjack. I think there's a couple more things you could purchase, some extra chips, and he even gives away up to 1 million chips depending on when you go in there, what time you can hit that button and get yourself some chips. I think somebody just came back. Nope, that's not Andrew Money. So trying to see if there's anybody. MQA Services. Haven't seen you before. Welcome. OG Punisher. Welcome. Blandell. Cold Caliber. Zoe. Welcome. Rel Marks. A lot of new faces out here. Appreciate y'all coming out. What are you pointing to? What am I looking for?
Is right here.
Yeah, feel free. You can grab the headphones and put them on. Let's see. D. Buitrago. Haven't met you before. Welcome to the show. So it's great to see new faces out here. Every Sunday we host this event. You can check it out on the Vidyuu Nights YouTube channel. This is a Vidyuu production. If you don't know who Vidyuu is, Vidyuu has created all of the tutorials on YouTube under the Vidyuu Tutorials channel. He also worked with Meta to create over 400 tutorials on the Meta Horizon Worlds channel on YouTube. And if you've looked in your asset bundle lately, if you're builders, you'll see that there are some new assets in there from Vidyuu. So make sure that you go ahead and check all that out. Vidyuu's been basically supporting this community since before I even got here. I actually met Lakes05 in his graduating class of a building class that he was hosting, and it was a multi-part day. And you can find that on the Vidyuu Tutorials channel too. But I actually met him when he was teaching people in build mode. So because build mode, you can only have 4 people total. He started putting these tutorials on YouTube to be able to reach a bigger audience. So if you haven't yet, make sure you check those out. Make sure that you like and subscribe. And then, of course, you can go ahead and you can follow and you can check for new videos every single week. So I'm hoping that Andrew Money gets his internet fixed up. In the meantime, while we got the time, let's see if I can steal somebody to the stage. Who out there? I see you over there hiding you away. Let's see.
There is no one.
Cold Caliber, what's happening?
What's going on?
Yeah, if you got a question, feel free to step up to the mic. Otherwise, feel free to grab a seat, and we'll obviously have Andrew Money back soon. So, what's up, Cold Caliber? What can we do
Hey,
for
what's
you? Got
going
a
on,
question? You
everybody?
got a comment?
Yeah, I've actually created about 10, or we've created about 10 worlds, 11 worlds, model homes, and I
Very
tune
cool.
into this stream from time to time, and I occasionally see you like interview people who have monetized creations. So I was
Oh
wondering
yeah.
if you know this is featured by Vidyuu, and I remember you speaking on Vidyuu giving his so-called stamp of approval on some of those creations. What
Mm-hmm.
is the benefit for Vidyuu giving his stamp of approval on some people's creations?
That's a great question. So the program that you're referring to is the Vidyuu verification. So if you haven't heard of Vidyuu verification, basically you can go to vidyuu.com/VV for Vidyuu verification, and it tells you a little bit about exactly what the program is. But to give you the long story short of it, as I mentioned, Vidyuu's been in here, been around since the beginning of the beta. Um, Lakes '05 has been creating these tutorials, basically just starting out in build mode, recording himself as he's making these creations. And so he really has been here through the entire growth of this platform where the scripting abilities, the new code blocks, things that have been deprecated and replaced with new code blocks, and he's been staying on top week to week, showing everybody what the new features are, giving people the essentials bundle to help level them up quicker and be able to start their worlds easier. So the long story short is because of the amount of time and the amount of effort and the amount of worlds that Lakes has been putting into Horizon, he decided that he was going to try and help level people up in a much faster and more purposeful way by doing this video verification. And when you go through the assessment, basically it has the video that answers the question on every single question of the test. So you basically can watch a video, take the question, watch the next video, answer the question, and you can get 100% on it. I mean, obviously you just need a 70, but
So the
after that,
verification, right?
you submit a world, and then you go in there and there's a checklist of all the things that world should have, just to be basically say that you know what you're doing when it comes to building, whether it's optimization and working within your capacity, making things non-collidable off in the distance to cut down on your headset, calculating those collisions between you and the objects, things that need to be in worlds like respawns underneath. So there's a whole checklist of things that basically say that, Vidyuu's putting his name out there for you, and then add you to a builder list to where you can actually get contacted by people to do work, do commission work. But also the Vidyuu team pulls from that list to bring people in on projects. So it's a whole ecosystem of trying to bring people in, get their levels up, being able to train as you're learning and as you're taking this test. And then once you've passed, now you get all these additional opportunities that normally you would have to go out there and hustle and try and sell yourself over and over and over again, and nobody can vouch for what you've done in the past.
So the verification sounds like some kind of a tutorial that Vidyuu is or has created for creators to kind of abide by, and then he, based on how you do on that tutorial, he kind of checks box you or blue check marks you, and that kind of sends you through a network of, I guess, using the cabal of creators that uh, gives you access to people who will see your world.
I guess
Am
that's
I
an
kind of
interesting
getting
perspective
that
to it, but the reality is just
right?
let's say I don't know you, but you know who I am because I have been in here for 2 years and I am the community creator of all of Horizon. And then I work with you to get all of these connections on how to community build. And then I say, Cold Caliber knows what he's talking about when it comes to community building. He is a community leader, he is building communities. I vouch for him. It's basically just vouching for you as a builder. So it's not
But that
about this
vouching is
cabal and about this inside list of
right.
anything. It's
Yeah,
realistically just separating yourself from other creators who haven't had a chance to learn all these tools appropriately. Because most people watch a video and they stop learning. That's it. They learned as much as they want, and then they keep
yeah.
building based on whatever that level is that they've learned.
But that vouching is based solely on
whether or not Vidyuu has sent you through this uh, training course, I guess, and he's
Yeah,
checking
it's
off
just like
on whether or not you know how to do it, and then he's
yeah.
taking your, I guess your experience and I guess kind of putting it into a cabal of creators, and then giving you access to a network of people that brings
So you
people
just repeated the
in.
same thing I told you it wasn't, though. So what I'm trying to explain to you is that if you don't know the tools well enough to be able to pass this test, this actually trains you so you learn more about the tools. If you go into your build menu, you use your 15 shapes, you write 3 scripts, and you build a world. This world is the most basic world that probably anybody can create on their own. And this wouldn't pass the builder badge because it doesn't have enough in here. It's just because of the sole fact that unless you actually know how to use all of the tools that are at your disposal, you can say, yes, I built a world. Why do I need Vidyuu? But then as soon as you go through that list on how to get your builder badge, you start to realize, oh, that's because I don't actually use dynamic lighting and animate inside of animations and having dynamic grabbable objects with trail effects and with visual effects, having teleporting sound effects and visual effects to cut down on capacity loss, using too many round cubes instead of regular cubes to cut down on your geometric complexity. Like all of those things mean something, and a majority of the people in this Horizon community don't know any of that. That's why this certification is so important.
And the certification cost, right?
So
It's a
right now it's
paid
$50
certification,
for the time of somebody who goes in and assesses your world. So you're paying for their time, and then at the end of the year, that's going to go up to $100.
$100 for someone to come in and assess my world.
Yeah, and it is optional, so you don't have to have it. You don't have to, take the test. You don't have to get verified. It's completely up to you. It's optional.
There seems to be a standard of, I guess, a builder standard that Vidyuu wants to go by, and that standard seems to be really, really high. For people who just want to build a basic world, is there some lower standard that can be reached? Because I
Yeah,
mean, I would love
absolutely,
to know how to actually create shapes and be able to not use my capacity to our way to the max and be able to ungroup things and learn the little tricks of the trade.
absolutely.
But if I'm not into scripting that much, there should be just a certain basic standard level requirement, or that should be, I should be able to attain, and also get that same level of blue check mark without
Absolutely.
having
So,
all these scripted things all over the place. If I'm just build a structure that looks good, that should be good enough. It shouldn't have to
so,
have like it shouldn't have to have like a ton of scripted things before I get, labeled a true builder.
so that's the one misconception. So,
Mm,
the building badge is just building. There's no scripts required other than I believe a respawn under your world, and I think that might even be on the scripting badge, but I think it's on the builder badge. I can't remember what all's on there, but the builder badge is the bare minimum, and I'm fairly certain that the respawn on the underneath the world is in there because it's literally one line. When world is started,
mm,
uh, when object is entered by or when trigger is entered by player, respawn player, and then connect it. So that's the most simple script, which is why it's in the builder's badge. But also, if
mhm.
somebody falls through your world, they're stuck below your world, so that's why it's in there. But as far as building and scripting, they're definitely separate. I think this respawn is the only one in there. Now, if you look at this sign, if you watch the horizon part, you see that light that starts to sweep past it. That's not scripted. That's literally hand animated. So when you group the objects, you have the option to change it from none to interactive, and then you can hit record. When you hit record and you just turn that object and then loop it, that's not scripting whatsoever. That's literally just hand animating. So if you have a dynamic object, which is that dynamic lighting, and it's hand animated, that's one checkbox. That's one of the things. Having no Z ripping, which again, the bottom of this coffee mug, that's Z ripping. That is exactly what that is. So if I
Mhm.
just adjust that brown center in just a touch, it won't Z rip anymore because it's not fighting for the same space as the outside of the mug. So it's
Right.
simple things like that. That back when this world was built, We weren't looking for Z ripping. We weren't looking for collidable objects off in the distance like the clouds. You'll never touch those clouds, so why should they be collidable? Why should your headset be calculating the distance before you reach it and then you collide with it? Your headset doesn't need to react to the clouds the same it does the chairs with the mugs, things like that. So it's not this elite group of people who gets access to this secret list of, clients. It's literally as you take the test, you learn things you didn't know. And that way, when you go to submit your world to be reviewed, you already know what's supposed to be in there. It's basically an open book test with all of the answers in a specific video for each single question. And
And
when
the
you pass
tutorial
it,
actually
you actually
the
learn
tutorial
something
actually teaches you to do those things.
the whole way through.
Mm.
Even the scripting one, which is really hard for me. I got to a point where I wasn't learning and it was just parroting the code blocks over and over again. And I was like, I'm not actually learning it. So I stopped at a certain point and I was able to just pass the scripting one. But as far as the building one, you can definitely pass that one. There's no reason if you just look at what's in that list and you just add it to a world that it may not have already, you can't pass it. I guarantee you you'll have a world that could pass it easily.
So what does the $100 include? What's everything included in the $100?
So right now it takes a half an hour for the review of your builder submission. So in that half an hour, basically somebody comes in, they review the checklist with you. If they ask you where something you're using something specifically, like I mentioned, the animated object with the dynamic gizmo, they'll ask you where exactly did you use this. Oh, you don't have it, no worries, we'll move on to the next one. And while you're going through this assessment, instead of just saying yep, you got the coffee mug, it'll say, or they'll say to you, all right, great, we'll check this off, you got a grabbable object. Next time, rather than having this return script that doesn't have a stop motion, because I can throw it in the air and then watch the coffee mug, it falls off the table because it still has velocity to it. So there's an additional code block that you can add to this coffee mug that says stop motion, then return to original position. So instead of it falling off of the table, it would literally respawn on the table. And that's why the
Okay.
assessment's so important, because you actually learn while you're getting assessed, even though you already have what it is on the assessment, the next step that you can take that thing to. And that's why it's so valuable, because you're not just getting a check, 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 all right, you passed. It's an actual learning experience, and it's actually a lot of fun. And somebody recorded it if you want to go check it out on YouTube. So you can see exactly what that experience is like.
Okay, I get it, a little bit more understanding of it now. I did have one extra question. I don't know if anybody else wanted to
Yeah,
ask
for
a
sure.
question, but the inventory thing. Has there been any word on being able to place your assets in inventory and have people easily access that inventory and purchase it?
So the obvious answer that I usually give in Discord, if you're not in Discord, user voice. Horizonworlds.uservoice.com. It's a website where you can request feature requests, which that's already in there in multiple different ways, but you can vote on it and comment on it to push it to the top. And that's what Horizon uses to kind of gauge what the community wants, what's the community's interest, the most, the biggest pain points, things like that. And so there's a couple variations of that specific request. Obviously the asset library that's live now, which was the very first thing people wanted. The next being able to share assets. So if I have an asset in my library, I want to be able to give it to you. I don't want to have to go into build mode, pull it out, then have you create the asset by from scratch, take a picture, name it, description, all that.
Right.
We should be able to
Yeah.
just share it. So that's one
Exactly.
feature request that's in user voice. Another one that's in there is about a marketplace. So if I made this cup and this is the best cup that I've ever made and I want to sell it, I want to put this in the marketplace so that way I can sell 100 of these, 1,000 of these, and maybe I'll charge $1. So that's a request that people want, a marketplace for assets. Third being, let's say I make this coffee cup and now I don't want you to change it once you buy it from me and resell it. So once you get it, you can't break it apart. You can't color it. You can't change the shapes, nothing. This is the cup. This is what you get. So then there's another one in there about change log, or seeing every time somebody remixes it, kind of like with NFTs, where every time it's sold, you get a portion of it. So part of it monetization, part of it giving people the ability to customize it, change the colors, make it bigger, smaller, add to it, whatever it may be. So when it comes to your assets, there's a bunch of requests in there that are all spanning from free to monetized to making it a NFT to pretty much whatever you can imagine with it. All you got to do is go to horizonworlds.uservoice.com and then just type in asset, and you'll see all of the feature requests that I put in there
Yeah,
for asset library.
right. But what you're describing right now sounds like just forums, pretty much on Discord. But there's no
So
movement on any of those particular things. They're just kind of people just sitting there talking about it and ranting
So in the
online.
last 6 months since User Voice first launched, they've been able to roll out over 30 new features. So I wouldn't say that it's like forums. I wouldn't say that they're just sitting there and no one's doing anything about it. Because obviously, in 6 months, there's no platform on the planet that's rolled out 40 new feature requests based on user feedback. Usually it's bug fixes, usually it's just advancing the product. But Horizon in the last 6 months has put out so many new features that they've literally almost tripled the amount of functionality than the year before that, the complete year before Horizon
Yeah,
opened up
I've
to the beta.
noticed. Hmm.
So as far as user voice, it's not a forum. It's not just like a place where you like Reddit where you put your questions out there and hope somebody answers. This is what Horizon uses when you have a feature request and you want to get some support behind it. You just ask people to upvote it, ask people to comment on it, and then you obviously go in there, share it on all your social media, get people behind you to support what you want.
Okay, that sounds good.
Basically.
One more question.
Yeah, for sure.
In marketplace, is there any possibility that it's leaning in the direction of actually being able to sell property, like actually
Property.
whole
That's a great
structures
question.
of like houses, buildings, cities,
You see what he want.
things like that? If is there anything, any possible move towards that you possibly know of, or is there any whispers of that
So
potentially?
obviously, they haven't announced anything whatsoever, and I'm not one to speculate, but I can tell you from where we are right now, until we get the ability to put our names on our creations and lock them down to where they can't remix them, or if we want to sell them to somebody and transfer ownership, then that's something that has to be worked out from Meta, to be able to actually train. Room wants to buy it for 10. It no longer holds the value of $10. It holds the value of whatever somebody wants to pay for it. But in other
Mhm.
platforms, they basically have the ecosystem behind it to where you can sell houses and they have kind of a market value for what a house goes for, what an asset goes for. So it's really difficult to be able to say in Horizon without having a actual ecosystem, an actual marketplace or actual economy of what anything's worth other than just what you're willing to pay. I mean, it's kind of like offering services in the real world. So if you want to pay somebody to, come and DJ your party, and you want to pay them $100 in a plate, or somebody else wants to spend $1,000, I mean, in all reality, it's whatever they want to pay for it. So,
Yeah, it's worth whatever people are willing to pay for it. Exactly. Okay, I'm gonna shut up now.
no
Thanks,
worries. I
man.
appreciate all those questions because everything that you've been asking have been on people's minds. And I know if you're not in Discord, if you're not
Right.
in the community group, a lot of people don't know it. And so I really appreciate you asking about all that.
Yeah, I appreciate you answering my
So
questions.
our yeah, yeah, absolutely. That's why we're here. So our guest for the week, he oh, look at that. He just popped in. Talk about timing. You ain't getting away from me, sir. As soon as you spawn in, you are back. I
Yo,
was just about to talk bad about you.
I just called and cussed out my goddamn internet service. So my whole month gonna be free this month. Let's go. I told
Oh,
them I just
this is
lost hella
great.
money. All right, I think we're back. Are we good? Can people hear me? Am I not
Yeah,
glitching?
we
And
are absolutely good. I
all
gotta
right,
thank
sorry about that,
Cold
guys. Sorry
Caliber.
about that.
Cold Caliber held it down while you were gone. He had great questions about
Thanks,
Vidyuu
man. Thank you.
verification, about monetization, in-world purchases, about real estate, about assets. I mean, lots of great
Oh
information.
wow.
So Cold Caliber, appreciate you. So now you got to step it up.
Oh
You
man,
you
I
you in
need a shot
4K
of
right
this.
now. So
Yeah, I need a shot of this.
yeah, I tried to shout out your worlds and how you was making a little bit of change off of your blackjack and your $100
It's
shot
doing
and
okay. It's doing okay. It's doing okay.
yeah. So after that, I mean that was kind of trying to set the bar for the rest of the conversation. But I wanted to go back because
Most
you was
definitely.
breaking up heavy when we started talking about you first coming in here. So what was it like when you first came in here? Now that
Oh,
you were off
bet.
of dial up and on some broadband.
All right. Well, my first time coming in here, I came in here in December, and I actually came into venues first, and I basically got the Oculus again because I actually had it probably 2 years ago, and I played this game. It was like a stealth game in a boat. I don't know if somebody ever played that game before, and it gave me motion sickness, like the worst motion sickness ever. I had motion sickness for like a week, and I got off the Oculus for like a whole year. Like I said, I would never get back on it because it like really messed me up, and it was probably the worst feeling ever. I didn't even know it was medicine for motion sickness, but yeah, I should have looked that up. But I would say I was scrolling through TikTok one day, and I think this guy on there. I wish I remember his name. I'll give him a lot of thanks. But he was actually in Decentraland. If anybody don't know, Decentraland is actually a PC, basically metaverse game, and I didn't know it wasn't on the Quest, so that's what made me buy the Quest 2. Got back in here, seen the app venues, went in there. I seen you can basically go in and watch live NBA games, have front row seats. They had concerts and all different types of things. And one day I was in there, I had a guy come up to me. He was like, "Yo, you going to the after party?" I think it was like Young Thug concert going on. And I'm like, an
Hmm.
after party. He's like, "Yeah, they got an after party going on in Horizon Worlds at what was it? One of Hardy's Worlds. It was called, was it? I don't think it was Hardy World. It wasn't Club 90 yet. I don't think it opened Club 90 yet. And I didn't know what that was. And like everybody else, tried to download the app and it said coming soon. So I had to wait. So probably about in January, I finally got access to it. Came in here. This one guy came up to me. He kind of showed me around. The first place I actually went into was called Gutty's Coming Club. Now it's known as Soapstone. And after we left that world, we went into a couple different other worlds. A bunch of escape rooms that was made by Waffle Copters. We was in there for hours. I would probably say about 6 o'clock in the morning. And my first world that I built, I know we touched on that, was Kami Lit, and I was kind of inspired by Gutties at the time. But my thought was because Gutties had his own rules, it was clean comedy and stuff, and I love that. That was his side. That's what he represented. That's what he wanted this world to be. But I kind of grew up on Dave Chappelle, Bernie Mac, and different comedians of that nature, and that's what basically drove me to build Kami Lit. So things Gutties, now known as Soapstones. That blew up after a couple days and a couple weeks. It got huge. I know we kind of touched on after probably a month or so of that world being open. I think I got over 21,000 visits in that world. Coming Lit got featured on Facebook's Plaza. They shared it on Horizons Worlds, and probably like a week or so after that, I got contacted by the company Spectrum. They actually want to do a business deal with having an actual real comedy show in LA, and they made a comedy. Go ahead. I know I'm going far.
I was gonna say,
I want to touch
I know
back
you're
on every
trying to catch
question
up
you
for.
had. So
Yeah, you're trying to catch up on everything, but I don't know if you noticed, we when we switch
oh, we got a
topics,
whole
if
new
you look
crowd
around
out
the
here.
room,
Okay,
we
okay,
got a whole new
yeah,
crowd in here. So nobody knows that you was on dial up and that you was running out of minutes on your prepaid. Like none of that is public knowledge anymore right now. Everybody
gotcha.
here is just glad to see you on the stage. So
Most definitely.
after you got in here and you went to Gutty's, you were talking about clean comedy. Now, I grew up on kind of the same, Eddie Murphy Raw and
Most
Richard
definitely.
Pryor and like all the classic greats like who were not about clean comedy. And
Yeah.
as a kid, anything that was dirty was funny. So it was like
Oh, most
I didn't care.
definitely.
I just wanted to hear more dirty comedians. But when Gutty's came in here, Aaron, unemployed alcoholic, he really did take that building and that community and move it to another level. And I say it
Oh,
like that
most
because
definitely.
he could name
Most
it anything.
definitely.
He could literally name it anything. It could be called Zuck House or something, something dumb. It could literally be called the Zuck House, and it would literally still be a community of people supporting other comedians, other people that are,
That's
in the
exactly
real
what it
world may
is.
not jump on the stage and push them towards the spotlight or encourage them to the spotlight. I think it says on his desk. And
Exactly.
I can vouch for that because a friend of mine, he would always ask me to come to open mic. We have what was it, Laugh House, Laugh Factory, something in Baltimore.
Yep. I think it's Laugh Factory.
And yeah, and they do open mics. And he had asked me, he's like, "You should definitely come, man. You funny dude. You always talking shit. You always laughing and you joking people." And I'm like, "Look, it's one thing to be just in a crowd of people and talking shit and
exactly.
roasting somebody or just
And
playing
it's another thing to
games,
get on that stage.
like me and Andrew Money, we went shopping the same day and we got a 2-for-1 deal, and that's why we've been wearing the same clothes for the last 6 months. Like to me, that's jokes, but you can't go into a stand up and be like, "All right, y'all, what's up? How many of y'all been rocking black T-shirts with no logos for the last 5 months because you broke as hell? Oh, it's just me. Oh, okay, all right. So how many of y'all rode the bus here? Okay, cool, cool. I thought I saw you. Like it's like maybe that does come a little natural, but at the same time, it's terrifying being up on a
Oh, it
stage where you
is.
got that bright light coming at you, a bunch of strangers
Got
that are
all
just
eyes looking
waiting
at
for
you.
you to mess up.
Oh, most
Yeah.
definitely.
But in here, I got this whole crowd of real people, but the intimidation factor is like way low. I mean, it might be the polar remove, I don't know. But I mean, in all honesty, I'm not scared of anybody that's in the audience. I think this is like my family. Y'all are my people.
Most
Like that's what I
definitely.
really think when I see y'all. So it's like even when I see new people out there, I mean, there's definitely a lot of new faces out there and some return faces. I don't know who this gentleman is, but welcome to the
I
show.
don't
Your
know who
first
that is
time.
sitting up top.
Appreciate you being here. Yeah, but seriously though, I had no intention whatsoever to ever do an open mic in the real world, and I literally was called on stage from one of
Oh,
the
did you
booths
did it?
by
So you did it?
yeah, I did it. Yeah,
Oh man, I gotta see
and
that clip.
here's what's crazy. Here's what's crazy. He was like, "All right, Oculus 410, come to the stage." It was Morco on stage, I think, or Wyatt. So Wyatt called me to the stage, and I'm just like, "Me?" And he's like, "Yeah, come on, let's go, let's go." So I get up on stage and I just start telling jokes, and I'm killing it. And I'm like, "This is crazy! Like, how are people enjoying this? Like,
Hidden talent,
I'm
man.
just
Hidden
talking."
talent.
And at the end of it, I get off the stage, and I think to myself, that was the hardest thing that I've ever done in here, and that was nothing. Like I was just talking to the
Wow.
people. And then next thing you know, the soapstone's blowing up. They're in the Oculus blog. There's a video on YouTube of me at the soapstone. There's a blog on the Oculus blog talking about Oculus 410 gets on stage first timer. And I'm like, what? Like, all because somebody was like, "Hey, you get on stage." So
Yeah.
it's like none of this would happen in the real world. You're not going to see the Baltimore Sun talking about Carlos was up on stage at the Laugh Factory and he told 3.5 jokes and he was doing okay. Like that doesn't happen in the real world.
It
So these
doesn't, man.
opportunities are just so much
Are
bigger in
huge.
here.
Huge.
And I'm looking around the room. There's a couple people who know what I'm talking about. There's opportunities out here that are just not available in the real world. And I'm just glad that it's growing. People are getting opportunities. So I want to go into those opportunities, talking about the monetization. Now, you and I both know whatever's public knowledge we can talk about. And
Gotcha.
the public knowledge that I want to talk about, the worlds that you put monetization in. Were you reluctant to put monetization in, or were you ready to start making money and getting some value out of the time and effort you put into your worlds?
I would say when we first got access to that, and before even then, when people tried to make money here, I always said there's a time for everything. Because
Hmm.
I feel as though that some people will won't take it so easy when they first see it. So when I got access to it, my first thing was I wanted to give something different or give something new rather than already having access to something and then charging people
Hmm.
to get access to that when they already had access to it. Especially the people that's been here
Exclusive
for a
cup,
while. So left about like $10
$20.
right there, man. But most definitely, I wanted to most definitely bring something in different. So I think my first world that I actually did it with was a world I came out with that was called $100 Shot, and it kind of went both ways because it was giving money back to the people as well. So in the world, when you got in there, on one side of the world was like this crazy shot that if you hit 10 of those shot, you'll win $10. And then that side was free. It was giving money back to the people. And then on the other side, if you paid for the shots, you paid, I think it was $10 or something like that, and then you hit the shot, you'll win $100. So it was basically like easing it in. I didn't want to just store it in people's faces and be like, here, pay for this, even though you already did this
Yep.
before or already used this. Because during that time, everybody that was in here were the people that was in here in the beginning, and they weren't used to paying for things in here. Everything was free.
Hmm.
So timing is everything when you're doing stuff like that. Most definitely. It's most definitely it's
Yeah,
timing.
when the monetization tools came out, my first thought was I'm gonna put a tip jar out there because I'm not gonna sell nothing. I just want I want to know if people want to give me some money. Like, do you support me? And it wasn't you have to support me. It wasn't if you support me, you get a special perk. Like I literally just
Exactly.
wanted to put it out there, and it was like, thank you if you want to thank me. That's all. And that's a no no. You can't accept tips
Yeah,
in
you
any
can't
world.
put tip jars.
Yeah, because in the real world, if you get tips, then that's payroll, and if you get
It is.
donations, then you have to have 501(c)(3) in order to accept donations. So there's so
Exactly.
much that goes behind monetization that people don't realize. And me wanting to be community focused, I was the first. My first idea is like let's go ahead and let the community just support creators. Well, now there's the kudos board. I don't know if you put that in your world yet.
Not yet. That's another thing. I need to put that in the Discord. They need to give us more achievement boards. So it's kind of hard
Yeah.
trying to take something out and then implement that. So I guess they seen what you were trying to do and they gave it to us. So but it does give the person something in return. So it's still not kind of a tip jar, but kind of in a way. So
I'd say it's kind of a hybrid of what I was doing and more of what Unemployed Alcoholics doing because with the applause credits, the biggest supporter and the biggest what's the other one? Most I guess it's just most applause credits, but you
yeah, it
get
is
credits
because you
for
get your big
giving.
name on the board. So yeah,
Right, right. So you can be a supporter and you get your name on the wall, and then you can do applause credits to where whoever's on stage, you can hit a button and you can send them applause. And then biggest supporter, they're giving away money. You can get I don't know what it is, $50, $100. They're giving away like $1,000 in
oh
stuff
wow.
this month. But yeah, it's crazy. Like giving back to
That
the
was like
community
2000. I think it was
is
around
huge
2000.
with all these creators.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, if you're top supporter, if you pay money to get all those applause credits, or if you just leave and come back, leave and come back, whatever effort you put in to show support, you're getting rewarded for just being a supporter, and that's amazing. But the fact that he's putting money back into the community every single
Most
month,
definitely.
like that, you don't have to do that, and that's what I love about this
Yeah,
community.
you
It's
don't.
like trying to
I
help.
think I do it with all my worlds. I don't know why, but it's just people spend their time in there
I
all
ain't
the
got no money.
time, and they can,
Pay me, pay me.
and they can be they can be anywhere else. But I don't know. It's just to show support to the people that come in and experience the things that you built. Even though I do always preach this. When people do build world, when creators do build worlds, man, please take the time out and show some love because it does take time, and I mean a lot of time and effort putting these worlds together, man. No matter if it's just a club, no matter if it's a game or how small it is, how big it is, people took their time and built it, and it's for you guys. It's for everybody else. If it was for them, they'll just open it up in a private session and sit in there themselves. But it's for everybody else. So just most definitely show support.
That's a good message because, on the flip side of that, it is for the community, but these
Yeah,
worlds don't exist without the community because this
exactly.
world here sits empty 6 days a week. And it's on purpose because I don't want it to cheapen the sentiment of this world and the purpose of having guests on here. We could do a daily show, but after about 2 months, I mean,
It'll
50,
get old.
60 guests later, y'all gonna be like, why am I coming to Horizon Live? Horizon Live with Super AF bot. Like, what do we want to hear from the bot? Like we run out of people to support. So in all seriousness, like your community is what matters out here. So without y'all, these worlds don't get filled. These purchases don't take place. These creations don't keep getting built. Like y'all are the reason this platform succeeds. So keep doing what y'all are doing out there. Make sure y'all are showing support to shows. Shout out to all of y'all who just popped in. Like I said, every topic we see new people. Like I love the fact that people come out here show support, whether it's for me, whether it's for my guest, and you should do the same for everybody else that you're friends with. If you see them online, you see that they're in their world, go show support, pop in there. You can always send people requests, but it means more when somebody just pops in because they genuinely want to
Most
support what
definitely.
you're doing. Now,
Most definitely.
I hate to plug this. It is a good segue because same Dame just walked in, but I literally popped on last night, literally to do work. Like no lie, I popped on. I put my headset on. I always turn it on and I sit it down for a minute, grab a drink, go ahead and hit Horizon Worlds. I sit it down again, go ahead and turn my fan on, get all situated in my chair, and then when I'm ready, I'm like, all right, we're going into build mode. We got work to do. And as soon as I popped open my menu, it said Meta Big Chief and it said same Dame. We're both in Dame's live. And I was like, damn, guess I'm not getting no work done tonight.
That
And
happens
that's the
all the
honest
time,
truth. Like
man.
it's
I think that happens with a lot of creators. You try to set your day out to go create, and as soon as you pop in, Horizon World wants to slap the menu right in front of your face to show you what
yeah,
everybody's doing, and it stops you in your tracks, man. I love it though because it takes me out of build mode. Because I know a
yep.
lot of creators they get stuck in build mode constantly, man. A lot of them don't even come out most of the time, but I love it. I love it because it shows me what other people are doing, and I get to go over and support and see what everybody else is doing.
Yeah, because I met a Big Chief early on when he started, and I've been supporting just him as a person since we met. I mean, a positive dude, chill, easy to talk to, and when Regal Boxing went off, I was like, "Oh, this is a hit. You know, it's a hit. You already know
Most
day one."
definitely.
And it's still a hit. That's why it was
Yeah, he was
Community
just featured in
Wednesday
the.
2 weeks ago.
Yep, it's crazy.
Yep,
Shouts out to him.
and he's got the Sunday Classic. What is it? The Summer Classic. Jesus, not
Yep.
Sunday. Sunday's my day. The Summer Classic. But like when we first met, I mean, it was just like just people, and that's what I love about it in here. Like we could be in a world, and you just there, and I'm like, hey, what's up? Good to meet you. You're a builder. Where you like to go. Are you new here? Do you need any help? And just through natural conversation, like you get to make all of these connections. So,
Exactly.
Andrew Money, I want to ask you though, when you made Comedy Lit, did you know that was going to be a hit, or did you just say, "All right, Gutty's got its clean comedy going on, but I want a place where I can show out, where I can bring people and they can show out and they can talk shit and they can be themselves without worrying about clean comedy." What was that space, and what were your thoughts about that space when you first built it?
No, I nowhere thought that it would have been what it became to be. Nowhere near. Because one, I didn't even know what Horizon Worlds really was at the time. I didn't know what the future was going to be like. Like I said, when I first got in here, man, it was different because, like I said, I wasn't on the Oculus for so long, and everything was a game. when you put on the Oculus. Now it's a whole different thing. When I first built it, and I think the first couple days, me and Aaron actually got into a little confrontation in the beginning, and I think it was just two creators really loving what they did, but I didn't understand, like there were kind of rules set already inside
Mm.
Horizon Worlds. So that thing happened. I felt as though I was challenged during that time and period. So I wanted that world to be like probably the biggest world inside Horizon Worlds, to be honest. Um, and I'm a very competitive person. So when I feel like I'm challenged or it's a competition with something, I go hard, man, and I don't stop until I know I'm most definitely till I'm at the top. But after that, me and Aaron, we most definitely talked it out. We are most definitely friends at this moment. I can say good friends too. We had a conversation about everything that happened. We talked it out as men. We both gave our side, what we thought what happened during that time. But yeah, man, it was a great world. Well, it still is a great world. I did not think it would be what it was. I would probably say during that time, people used to come up to me as I was in Comulet, and they would be like, "Yo, man, I want to thank you so much because a lot of stuff that's going on in the real world, I can come in here, I can relax, I can laugh. It's taking me away from what's going on out there." I didn't have that conversation so many times. Comulet actually went viral on TikTok thanks to my man Soup over there.
Soup.
I didn't got famous people who didn't hit me up, who didn't bought the Oculus just to get on to get into Comulet. So to answer your question, no, I didn't think it would be as big as it was. Most
I
definitely
was
not.
gonna say that's a great way to answer. No.
Most
And I'm
definitely
glad you
not.
shared all that because one big takeaway from there, because there's a lot to unpack about that whole
Yeah.
process. You had a conflict early on. You didn't
Yeah.
understand the space. You bumped heads with somebody in a similar area. You guys had your time to eventually come together, work it out, and then now y'all are cool. Like that's how it's
Yeah.
supposed to be. I can't tell you how many connections in the real world where somebody you just don't vibe with, you just don't mess with, like you just see each other different perspectives that
Yeah.
you'll forever hate them for no reason.
Forever.
You'll put all that
No
energy.
reason.
Yeah. Like the kid that stole my juice box in kindergarten, I will never forgive him. But but it's like I was in your business, your place of business in the metaverse, and we had problems because of my misunderstanding of the space, and
Yeah.
now we're cool. Like that doesn't happen. Like the real world, your face gets put on the window, and you ain't allowed in that establishment no more.
Exactly. At
So it's
all.
like so talk a little bit about this space and the difference between what Mark Zuckerberg calls the physical world and the metaverse because I love that he doesn't call it the real world anymore. It's the physical world and the metaverse. So what are some differences that you've seen that have either held you back or helped you advance where in the real world those opportunities aren't the same?
I would say one, opportunity, and two, connections. Um, Everybody in here, I'm pretty sure everybody. If y'all can unmute y'all self and just yell out what state y'all from, just the state.
Oh,
Everybody
they
unmute
on whisper.
and just
They
they
can
can
scream
what
as loud as
they
they
can hear
want.
each other. Just yell out
Oh
which
yeah, yeah,
state. I'm
sure.
pretty sure
Yeah.
y'all can hear each other. That's the whole point that y'all can hear. I hear I hear California, I hear Florida, I hear Ohio, I hear somebody from Spain, I hear somebody
You
from the
lying.
UK. So that I think that itself of its in its own is something you can't really get in the real world. The that information when you get there. So I think being in here is probably like one of the dopest things, man. And to answer like your question, man, from the metaverse to real life, I think this will be the real life in the future. So
Uh, I
it's
love
most
that you
definitely moving
described it
there.
similar to high school because the impact in here is definitely real. The business
Oh,
opportunities
most
are real.
definitely.
Like
I've seen it.
I don't know what Ivan doing, but yeah, grab a seat. Yeah, the opportunities are real, the connections are real, you know, having the opportunity to reinvent yourself, but at the same time not reinventing yourself. Are you any different in the real
Exactly.
world than you are right here in front of all of us here, minus
Oh
the
no,
suit?
yeah, minus this. I don't even think I own a suit, so that's the crazy part.
You ain't never interviewed before? Damn. I mean, everybody
Yeah,
got a suit, at least one.
I don't think I got a suit. I got something like a suit, so you may
All
want
right,
to
something like a suit.
sit in the audience, bro.
What up? Oh, Ivan. All right, we'll handle that. See, I got something like a suit. That's why I'm wearing this because in the real world, I don't have like the fancy with the pocket square and the got the three buttons down like I'm about to do a video or something. Like I only got the rolled up sleeves and the suit jacket, and it's a
I
real
think we got a
comfortable
question
look.
from
Because
Dame.
oh, Dame, please welcome
What's
to the
up?
stage. Appreciate you being here.
Hey, thanks, man. Thanks. Hey, thank y'all for having me. Well, not really having me, but I didn't.
I ain't let you in the door to be real. You just came here, so thank you for being here.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Wink, wink for having me. Maybe.
There you go.
But anyways, I remember the first time I ever met Andrew, at the Red Comedy Lit
Don't make me
Club,
cry, man. Don't
and
make me cry.
then
The red comedy lit,
Every
I
yeah.
kind
time
of
the
I
red
kind of
come
went
lit.
up to him, and this was before he ever had any effects. And I was like, dude, if you put some laughing effects in here and a little bit of music, came back the next day, literally. There's music and laughing effects. I said, "Oh man, he's doing what he needs to do to make this place better, man." I was going through some of my pictures with Peanut in there, man. It's just
Man, oh
crazy
yeah, those are
the
Peanut.
times, man.
evolution,
How
man.
times
You
fly.
got darts now, yes sir. Yes, Peanut is a top five. You got darts now, and you got blackjack, man. Congratulations. How's it
Thank you,
feel?
thank you. Oh, that's a crazy question.
That's a real good question. This you should
How's it
host your
feel?
own show every Friday. You should do that.
um, I would say it feels good just to have at least one person show up in your world and experience
Mhm.
what you've built. Just one person. That feels good of
Mhm.
itself, man. Literally, it
And
feels good.
to have supporters is such a great feeling as well. Even one
Most
supporter
definitely.
is always good, man.
Oh, that's
Uh,
all it takes.
Off the cuff question: if you were to choose a reality show and you have to choose one,
Oh
um,
Lord.
would you choose Naked and Afraid or Alone? Thank you, guys. I'm
What
gonna
was the
let you go
Oh
ahead
second?
and
Jesus.
What
answer
was
it.
the second one?
Or
Alone.
alone. So Naked and Afraid is you got 21 days out, naked and
Yeah.
naked in the wilderness. Alone is you actually have your
What?
clothes, but you're alone. You're doing all your own filming, and you basically surviving. Which one would you do?
Oh, that's I would say naked and afraid because I'm a people's person. I don't think I can do good by myself being alone, but to experience something with other people is better than to experience it alone. So most definitely, I'll just take a leaf and wrap myself up with it. I'll be fine.
It's funny because alone with nothing with nobody I feel you on that. Like, I don't know
Yeah,
how
man.
long I could go. That was the main reason I
You
came into Horizon, honestly. When it
you
was
would
during
probably
the
go crazy.
pandemic, and I was like, look, I need PlayStation, I need Xbox, I need something to do. And I was like, you know what? MetaQuest, you on sale? Let's go ahead and get this. We'll find a social app somewhere. And Horizon was that outlet. So that's why I put so
Most
much into this
definitely.
community. Because
I think it was
alone,
a lot to a
nah,
lot of people
never.
too. It's a lot to a lot of
Yeah,
people. I know a lot of
alone was day
introverts
one in the
that's in
beta for
here.
me. The introverts even coming out and being social. Seriously.
Oh, most definitely. A lot of them. A lot of them.
I always hear I'm usually an introvert, but I'm like, how many introverts butts you got out there? Like everybody's an introvert butt now. Like that's the new category of social out there. King Mob, are you an introvert
What's up,
butt, or
King
are you
Mob?
just introvert, or are you stretching? Come on up. That's as far as you can get though.
Oh,
Yep,
I'm
there's a mic.
There you go.
I'm just I'm just Jesus.
Yep,
All right.
that's so far accurate. You got a question, or you got a prophecy, or you know, you bring
Yes,
cups,
I would like to say
All
and that's
righty
that.
then.
And so it was said. All right, so that's the other half of
I
Horizon,
love
I
the
guess.
metaverse, man.
It's
I
like
love Horizon Rips.
it's like
You don't know
on the
what you get
internet,
something
you
different
got
every day.
memes,
Get something different every
right?
day.
The internet, you got memes, you got drama, you got negativity, you got politics, and all this bad stuff, and you got puppies and cats, and in the metaverse, it's
Jesus.
that was his question. So, what do you do? Where the hell
Oh
were we?
man.
So we was talking about your world. Did you know it was going to be popping like that?
Yeah.
And the connections that you made and the opportunities that you've been offered in the real world. Have people just kind of recognized you saying, "Hey, you went to work every day for the last 3 months. Would you like to make more money?" That happens all the time, right?
No.
Like never,
No,
never.
it does not. It does not, man. The opportunities that's in here are endless. Endless because you never may know when your life may change. You never may know the person you meet, the opportunity that comes around. It's just so much different than the real world. Like it's a little bit better, I would say.
Yeah, and I love that people see the good in here because the moment the negativity starts to creep in, I ask them like I don't know why I keep going like head on into that negativity, but I'm like, do you really want to
You
bring
most
this in
definitely
here?
attack it. You most definitely attack it.
You know? like I'm
You most
I'm
definitely do.
just swiping through my Instagram like, ooh, I like that world. Oh damn, I got to get me a
And
meta
then
pop. Yes, go ahead, Angel, doing your thing. Dames is on tonight. Let's go ahead and pop
then
in.
boom,
Oh, what is
here
this?
comes some drama.
Negativity. Beat the hell out of that keyboard. Like,
But
do you really
I
want
would
this in
say
here?
it doesn't last long in here. It doesn't.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good thing because in the real world, man, that stuff can get dragged out, and a lot of people lose their lives most of the time over stuff like that.
Mm,
Um, and
so
here,
true.
like I said, it's just so much love and family that I've built in here. Like I call people like my actual sister in here and brothers and stuff. The love in here is crazy. Yeah, we get drama once in a while here and there, but I don't think that we feed into that too much, so it doesn't like constantly go on. I don't want to talk about anything in specific, but just recently some drama was going on, and we have talk
Sound like you
shows
about to
about it
speak
now.
on it.
People talk it out, and people get their say out. People get to say what tell their side of the story. Other people tell their side of the story, and we come to a conclusion, and we move on from it. It doesn't stay, it doesn't stick. Most of the time, people are not blackballed from it. Hopefully not, depending on what you did. But we continue with our lives, and we go on from it. So, and that's one reason why I love the metaverse, man. It's most definitely different from the real world. When you do see drama and negativity goes on, man, we talk it out, we discuss it, and we move on from it. So, that's a great thing about being
No,
in here.
I want to speak on one thing you just said about being blackballed or being, taken from these opportunities. That's a
Yeah.
very real thing, even though people who are advancing and doing positive things and, building worlds and hosting and keeping building this community, there also is the other side of that because Meta, y'all have to know this. They are watching Instagram and Facebook
All
and the
the time.
community
They're
groups and
watching
Twitter
everything.
and Discord. I can't tell you how many times I've told people all you got to do is tag Horizon in your post, take a selfie, and that's it. That's the magic recipe. That's it. And
Yep.
next thing you know, you
They
see
see who you
comments on your
are. They see
post.
what you're doing.
Looks like a great
Exactly.
time. Love that world. So much fun. And then the next step is, hey, I'm in your inbox. Would you like to do this? Hey,
Yep.
can you give me your email so I can hook you up with an opportunity? Like all it takes is just keep doing what you're doing, but tag Horizon in it. But when you're doing all this negativity and you're fighting and you're arguing and you're being just downright negative for no reason, they just gonna keep swiping. Nobody's going in your inbox to give you an opportunity if you beefing with somebody over some stupid shit. Like that's the
Exactly.
reality of it. If you're
Exactly.
gonna tell me to hit on 17 every time I'm on 17 and I bust, I might not like you, but I'm not gonna give up no opportunities because you cheating me at the table. That's just not important enough to me.
Oh man! If no one knows what he's referring to, he's referring to my blackjack world that I just put out recently. He stopped over there and
Oh,
lost all
ever
his
hit on
money
13.
because of because of his own knowledge and how he plays the game. So, yeah.
Look, just because you put the buttons too close to each other, it's not my fault.
Oh my
No,
god!
but in all
Yeah, what
seriousness,
he
though,
says,
the negativity's got to stop. It's got to stop. Like,
most
if you
definitely,
spend
man.
time on negativity, on putting somebody's name out there, on beefing over some dumb shit, that's just you slowing down your growth. That's just you giving up an opportunity that somebody else is now going to get. So
Yep.
seriously, think about it before you post it. Think about it before you go beefing with somebody on Instagram. Like seriously, everybody outside of Horizon is looking at you like you're crazy, and then everybody in Horizon knows you're crazy. Like,
Because
stop wasting your
they won't
time
ask
on
questions.
negativity.
They don't have the time to go in there and be like, hey, what happened? Did this why this
Yeah,
they won't do that. They see it, swipe past. They don't even care. They don't.
yeah. So there's no benefit to it. So if you mad at somebody, like if Mavix, if I don't like that red jacket because I don't like red and I just want to call you out, like no one's benefiting from that conversation. So I'm gonna let you live your life. I like red. It's you. It look good on you. You know, I'll throw a compliment, hashtag Horizon Worlds, and then maybe you and me get a feature. I don't know. So there's a difference in the way that you put it out there.
Yeah,
So make sure that whenever you post in your pictures of your worlds, put it on every social media that you got and just tag Horizon Worlds. You'll be surprised. They are literally looking for your worlds. And if you don't just tag them, they can't find them. So just do that.
exactly.
It's that simple. I mean, so that's how I had a chance. It's kind of funny because the opposite happened with me. I wasn't posting anything on social media and I was in here every single day during the beta. And then after all the social media stuff started getting traction, they wouldn't comment on my stuff. They wouldn't share my stuff. They wouldn't share my stories. I was like, what is I'm getting no love. So I'm watching everybody else getting love and I'm telling everybody else the recipe and I'm like, this dinner better be done cooking soon. I've been
Man.
watching it boil for a minute.
Oh
But for real,
man.
I'm glad that everybody's getting love out there. Now, have they
Most definitely.
shared any of your posts or commented on any of your posts in the last, I
Yeah, a
guess,
couple of them.
8 months?
Recent worlds that I posted. My darts world that I came out with, AM Darts. They commented
Yep.
on it there. They commented on a birthday party I threw probably some months ago. That's how I found out that they were commenting on people posts. And just my blackjack world, I had to make a tutorial video for my blackjack world when I first opened up to show people how to go in there, how to use the UI and different things like that. And they commented on it there, saying that they'll check it out. So I'm pretty sure they did. But yeah, constantly, man. Just by tagging them in it, just by tagging them in it, tagging Horizon World, they'll most definitely go into your post and probably put a comment. They may share it. They may put it on their wall or their reels or something like that, and it may end up in the plaza. So you never know, man. All it takes is just to tag them and just keep the positivity going. Most definitely keep the positivity going. I would say, because like he said, um, I don't know if this is true, but my account, I think this was around the time that everybody accounts were getting banned for no reason at all. We
Oh
had a
man.
troll in here just reporting people worlds and stuff, and I did make a long post because I was pissed, man. I was most definitely pissed, and I made a long post going at Horizon Worlds, and they didn't comment on any of my things, and I was just like, man, like, am I doing something wrong? Am I? I'm not cussing anybody out, and I'm like, let me just go through my page and see if I have anything crazy on there in that post. And I deleted the post. I would say the next day they they commented on one of my posts. So he's not lying with the negativity, man. Any negativity that you put out there, man, they're not gonna care because if you got any negativity on your stuff, man, then they're just gonna pass you right up. So I don't know if that's the reason, but hey, they commented on one of my posts right after I deleted that. So yeah,
No, and I mean, we could probably sit here and say it for the next hour and it really not drive it home. So get a piece of paper and a pen out and write it down so we don't have to keep saying it.
most
Positivity,
definitely.
that's all it takes. And Horizon Worlds, tag them. Like, that's it. Um, so it's interesting. You got in here, what, January? Is that when you joined?
January. Yep, beginning of January.
So in January, Comedy Lit, you joined, and it was, yeah, I didn't really know it was going to be popping. I just wanted to make a place, for my own type of comedy. I
Yeah.
just didn't know what I was doing. And now it's, yeah, I created a tutorial to explain the UI and the mechanics of my game. And it's like, in the
Like what?
same half an hour, the difference between A Money January and
Yeah,
August is a big difference. Talk about that
total
growth
difference.
there, because
Total
you've
difference.
definitely grown in 8 months metaverse time, which is probably like dog years, right?
It is. The time in here, man, it flies by so fast. I hear it all the time. There is no timer here, even though we have a watch on our wrist. It takes about 2 seconds to pop up, but we're rarely ever looking at that watch, man. Like I said, when I came in here and built Commie Lit, the difference from then into now is totally different. It was my ideas and understanding what Horizon Worlds was and what it can become. I went from comedy to a little bit more comedy with doing Wild in VR to hosting things to going into games, and I think the reason why I having fun. And I think that's what kind of brought me back to that side because I feel like sometime in a while that kind of got taken out of here for probably like in a couple weeks or so was the experience you felt in the beginning of January and February for those people who were here during that time, man. I feel like that part got taken out. And I think that's what kind of brought me back to bringing in different worlds as games and stuff like that. So most definitely, man, that's probably why the direction has changed was to bring the fun back into Horizon Worlds.
That, and you wanted to get people to hit on 13 and go bust, so that way the house always wins.
Hey, you got
You
your own
know,
wheel, man. You got your own wheel. You got your own wheel.
now the $100 shot, that was so original. Like, when monetization first dropped,
Yeah,
like I said, my tip jar, I was trying to like get the community to just show love. We had Game Grid doing their thing. Amazing creativity with the discs, unlocking
yeah.
game modes. Unemployed alcoholic with the supporters wall. And then you came in here and it was
Boom.
like, look, you pay me, you get this golden basketball. And if you can shoot the basketball full court and a half down at the bottom of the ocean, I'm gonna pay you
1,000 feet.
$100. Like, what is that in horizon depth? Because for real, the basketball hoop was not the size of the ball. I'm convinced.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't shoot it.
It
It might
was.
have been my release.
It most definitely was. It most definitely was.
Somebody won it like the first day, didn't they?
They did. Shout out to Son of a Joker. I didn't think nobody was gonna win that quick, but he most definitely won the first day. He got that shot. Oh, I thought he was in the room. But yeah, it
No, I
was a
was trying to scare you.
rim that was like 1,000 feet up, probably 1,000 feet away, all the way at the bottom, and the rim was moving back and forth, literally like this. I knew the shot was possible because I did it in test mode, but I didn't think anybody would get it that fast, man. But People in Horizon World are, yeah, man, they're talented. So I gotta watch or make challenges a little bit more difficult. But the
Did you
concept of
check to
that,
make
man,
sure? Did you check to make sure he ain't bring his own ball or something? Like first
he
day.
probably did. He probably did. But the concept of that, man, my mind, I feel like works a little different sometimes, and I come out with different worlds and different ideas. I look at it from the person that's experiencing it point of view. So as I'm building, I would stop and I will pop into the world as if I'm somebody that's experiencing the world for the first time. And I will walk through there and be like, "Oh, is this dope? Is this something I will play with? Is this something I'll constantly sit and interact with and different things like that?" So when I'm building the world, it's literally for the people. It's not something personally for me because every time, like I say, every 30 minutes, I'm popping down out of edit mode and seeing is this something that I would love to do. I call testers in constantly to see if it's something that they would love to do. Is it something that they would interact with? Is it something that they like that they don't like? I'm never really going off my intuitions and different things like that when it comes to building worlds. So it's always all for the people.
Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, like we were talking about how these worlds, if you don't have a community to support you, these worlds stay empty. If you don't,
Empty
support the community,
constantly.
you don't have people to come check out your world. But also, same thing with the in-world purchases. If you don't offer something of value, something that's fun, something that people are going to want to pay
They won't
for,
purchase it.
you're not
They
going to have no
won't.
customers. Yeah.
And I would say
So,
that in-world purchases have lifted up a little bit. Like I say, timing is everything. I think people are a little bit more willing to purchase. And we got a lot of new people in here as well. And depending on what you're giving people, is it something that they like? Is it something that they'll probably purchase? So inside my blackjack world, I have a chair in there that I sell for 19.99, and then I also have chips in there that you can buy. But I didn't want to make that world a complete pay to play game. So every single day you come in there, there's a free daily chip on the wall. You hit that golden buzzer, it gives you free chips between $10,000 to $200,000 or 200,000 chips. And on Fridays, you get a chance to win up to 1 million. So it's constantly ways that gives you chips that you don't have to purchase. And then even with the chair that's in there, you don't even have to buy the chair if you don't want to. If you earn over 2 million chips, you get the chair. But if you go under it, you'll get a repo. But I made it way so
whoa.
it benefits both people. So people who don't mind purchasing stuff and people who do mind it, there's still ways to play the game. So um, I just think different ways when I'm putting things out there.
So if I get down to like 1,000 there, do I lose my cards? Like, what do you take at that point?
Oh yeah, you
You
can't
take.
play. You'll have to wait till the next day to come in there to get free daily chips, or you can always purchase some chips. But I got prices all the way from 199 all the way up to $100. So it's something in
Nice.
there for everybody.
Yeah, I got to get me a chair. I didn't know I could unlock it by winning games. So there's
Yeah,
two
most
things of
definitely.
that.
And
I got to win
then
games
and yeah,
and
most definitely. And also, I do have weekly challenges in there every week that I still give back to the community. So right now, going on, I'm pretty sure it's a lot of people in there because this week that started last Sunday, the person with the most wins by the end today at 12:59 p.m. Eastern time, they'll win $100. So I'm always thinking of ways to give back to the community. And right now, there are two people going back and forth to get that spot. They're like neck and neck. So I'm pretty sure it's
oh
like,
damn.
look, I think people probably went over there now since they heard $100. don't
Way
don't
to
don't go
go.
yet. It's
Clear the room.
wait, no, don't.
Yep. All
the
right.
challenge the
Show's
challenge is
over. Get
almost
the hell
over.
out,
So
y'all.
you'll have to wait
Spend
to the new
money at
challenge.
A
So
Money's Blackjack. Let me get you a portal
but
ready.
yeah,
Everybody line up.
that's just me just always thinking ways to give oh god, everybody's leaving. They'll figure it out once they get over there. But yeah.
Ain't no money tonight, y'all. He lying. He's a liar.
I think they're like 800 some wins right now. So I doubt you're going to be able to catch up in the next 2 hours actually. So yeah,
Yeah. Oh,
but the
you
new
on East
challenge
Coast
will be
time with us,
starting
so
tonight. So be looking out for that.
are you on Central Time then? Is that what it is? You said
Yeah,
2
I'm on
hours?
Central Time. I'm on Central. Yeah.
Okay, so you should put that in the rules and conditions and then on the board
it's
that
it
Central
has the Eastern
Time.
Time up there. It has the Eastern Time. I feel like
Oh,
everybody
okay.
in here is most likely Eastern. So I have it up there in the rules.
Well, it's weird on the beta time. Everybody was on Pacific Coast, and I'm like, damn, where the hell are the East Coasters? And then the beta opened up, and it was like New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Atlanta, South Carolina, North Carolina. I'm like, oh, damn, the whole East Coast coming out.
Shout out people
So,
just came in the room. What's up, Crack? What's up,
I was
Golden?
about to say, we definitely got to shout out to people who just turned up because every topic, when I look out in the crowd, I always take a minute to recognize who came in. We always got the people cycling in and out,
What's
which I
up, Burden?
appreciate y'all. And then if y'all end up not being able to make it in or you in build mode, you can always pull this up on the Vidyuu Nights channel. So Vidyuu.com or Vidyuu.com, YouTube.com/Vidyuu Nights. There is a Vidyuu.com for the Vidyuu verification, which I don't know if you have heard of that yet or not. But he announced that on Burden of Proof's Ask Your Q, Speak Your Truth show. Shout out Burden out there.
Hey.
I don't know about your interest, but what do you think of the Vidyuu verification so far and the people who have already taken it?
My thoughts on it is do what you think is best for you. When you're going about things like that. Because there is no losing or no winning in a situation like that. From reading through it and going through it and seeing what they're offering, you can't lose from it because being on it, you get a verification from people that's already known inside Horizon Worlds, who's already done business with companies and stuff, and it gives you or may give you the opportunity to work with these business. So you're not losing or winning in a situation if you go about doing that. So always do what's best for you in situations like that.
That's a great answer that you're not interested. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. I'm playing. No, that was a good answer because it is good advice. We were just talking to somebody up here on the mic before this crowd swapped in. Somebody was asking about it, and their impression of it was that it's basically giving them like a list of inside clients and a group of. He called it a cabal of creators, and I said, I want to really, really specify exactly what we're talking about here. It's not giving you special privileges. This is giving you an opportunity, and you don't have to take it.
Exactly.
It's completely
You
optional.
don't.
And
Yep.
that's the reason that I went and did it because I wanted to learn. Who you pointing to?
Oh no, I was just pointing to
You just
somebody just
told
came in
somebody
the
get
room
out.
that I knew. That's all. No.
Oh,
I was
you
pointing to Land
pointed and
Spirit,
dude
somebody I know.
bolted. I was like, oh my god.
People know when
Andrew
I
Money's
playing means
serious
what's
about
up.
who he letting watch his show. Let's switch seats, my guy. But
Oh
yeah, no,
man.
and I'm glad that people ask those questions because when it first launched, there was a lot of hate in the comments, and it
Yeah, it
blows my
was,
mind
man.
at this point. 2 years in, if you can hate on Lakes, if you can hate on Vidyuu, if you can hate on anybody that
You
has
got a
been in
problem.
here, literally given to the community, look inside yourself for a minute, because Jesus, that takes a
Yeah.
lot of
Then why
effort
would
to
they
hate on
kick me
somebody.
out?
Oh boy, I can think of
Lynn,
one
tell
reason.
them they got to be quiet for a quick. Or tell her to go on the
What's
stage.
up?
Tell her going. Yeah,
All you
you
gotta
good.
do is just take a seat and you can enjoy the show with everybody else.
Yeah,
It's a
we
great
won't be able
time
to hear
in
you.
here. So,
Just sit in the seat, and it'll be on whisper.
is that your people?
Yes.
Yeah.
I know them.
Yeah. Oh my god! You said I seen somebody I knew.
Everybody's my people. Everybody's my people. I know everybody in here, so everybody's my people.
Well, that's good. I was asking not as a joke, but it came out a joke because you were like being helpful. Like they were like, "Why are you gonna kick me out?" And you were like, "No, just like go take a seat." I appreciate
Well,
you literally like
I
stopping
think I'm
everything to
always
help somebody.
helpful with anybody, and I get that rep in here a lot, and I think I really pushed for that when I first got in here, is being helpful, and I think that is one of my um okay. We got a lot of people on stage.
See,
They're trying to be
he
weird.
taking a call. Hey Donnie, you got a question, or you just being disruptive?
I don't
All
know.
right, thank you. Cam Tam, do you have a question?
Yeah, just being weird. All right, I'm gonna
Well,
just keep talking since they're not talking. But I think that is one of my meanings in life and reasons why I'm here is to help people. So I most definitely brought one of those real life traits from the real world into the metaverse. And I say this everywhere I go, man. If anybody ever needs help, information, or anything, if I have it, I'm giving it. Um, and it goes to what you guys started when you first got in here, giving away stuff for free and just helping people. I still do it to this day, even though we have in world purchases and things like that. That's that side of the thing. But if anybody ever needs my help for anything, I'm always there. I think it was one point in time, like a couple months ago, person here named Katniss Everclean. She came to
Hey,
me one
shout
day.
out
She's like,
Katniss.
"Hey, shout out to Katniss. I don't think she's in here, but yeah, she came in one day. Was like, "Hey, I'm trying to get a world built. I just want a mansion built. That's all I want." And this guy's trying to charge me $3,000 or whatever to build it.
Oof.
And she was getting ready to pay that to get it built. And I was just like, "No, I got you." She was like, "Well, how much you gonna charge me?" I'm like, "I'm not charging you anything. I'm gonna show you how to build." Like I literally left a packed house at Common Lit, left out of there. I was on stage talking and went to her world and literally sat there and helped her build and taught her step by step the snapping tool and all that, man. And I live for that. Like I love helping people. And to this day, she probably has like 5 to 10 worlds, and almost like three of her worlds are on the top hundreds worlds list right now. So
Damn.
that things like that gives me joy and makes me happy to see that, man, to show helping people and show and to see where that actually goes. So um I love helping people, man. That it's just in my nature.
Damn, that's a great
Shout out the
story.
real
What did you
soup in
end
the
up
building.
invoicing? Would you end up invoicing her at the end of that?
Hey, that's confidential. That's confidential.
Confidential. Yeah, all right, that's fair. That's fair.
That's
Hey, you ain't
confidential.
lying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's like 10 worlds. Go ahead, Katniss.
Yeah,
But yeah,
see,
shout out Real
from
Super,
one.
not just the Super Bot. Appreciate you being here, Super. We shouted you out earlier. If you want to come up to the mic, we were just talking about how not only you coming through Comedy Lit and filming without permission before it was a thing, but also
Hey, it did get to that point, Oculos. People will always turn around and look at Soup and be like, "Are you filming?" And Soup's like, "Nah, I'm
oh, that
not
was
filming right now,
immediate.
man." I'm pretty sure he was. He probably just turned it off
Oh
after
yeah.
they confronted confronted him. Soup's
No, but in
always
all
filming, man.
seriousness, though,
Always.
Super was never in a malicious mindset
Oh,
anytime he
never,
was in a world.
never.
And if you ever ask him not to post it or
To
take it
post it,
down,
he wouldn't.
this man has respectfully done either one to
Even it was
just be a
probably
good
one of the
person.
greatest
So,
content he ever had, man.
yep.
He didn't post it, man. I'm pretty
I
sure a
can't
lot
tell
of
you how
those
many times we
content
could
was
have went
good content.
viral, and I was just like, I don't consent, and I messed up my whole future.
Oh man, but yeah, like I was
Super
saying before
welcome.
Soup got in here, man, he was most
Thank you.
definitely one of those first persons I met inside of Comedy Lit, man. And when I did open up Wild in VR and I came to him with the project, man, he was down with it. Um, it was dope, man. So thank you, Soup, most definitely, man.
No,
Because it was
that
people
was
like
a good
him and
time, man.
people like him and everybody else who blew Comedy Lit up. If it wasn't for them, it wouldn't be what it is to this day. So
Hey, that's love.
I
Hey,
just
but
thought of?
what's up? What's up?
I just thought of this. Like, Soup with red glasses just looks like a Buff Lakes, don't he? With the blue shirt.
he does. Soup been in the gym, man. Soup been in the gym.
Yeah, them shirt, the muscles is pixelating. Like they trying to stay in that shirt.
I chose
But
this
Most
please
episode.
share
definitely.
with
We're good.
share with us your comment or your question.
Oh yeah, no, I mean real talk. This guy right here, Andrew, like this is like my day one guy. When I first hopped up in here, man,
Gonna
I
make me cry
started making
again.
video content, and it was just Andrew showing love at Comedy Lit, always welcoming people. Like when new people would show up to that world, most world creators would go off and still do their own thing, but he would like cross the entire room to go up to that person and be like, "Hey, welcome to Comedy Lit, man. And my name's Andrew. I'm the world creator. Feel free, enjoy." You know what I mean? Like always showing love, always showing love. So, man, I'm just glad you're getting your flowers, bro. The way you need to be. Love that, man. Day one, brother, right there, man.
Thank you for that, man. Thank you.
Facts. That's all
Oh,
facts
what's
right
up,
there.
man?
Like you literally did. You were hosting your world, welcoming people to
Right.
your world. You was up there telling jokes. You was encouraging people to get on stage. You was in the crowd. I mean, you were literally running a business in here before
Wow.
business was even an option. So shout out to you, Lynn Spirit. Welcome.
What's up,
Question or
Lynn?
comment?
How you doing?
We got
What
the
up?
famous Lynn
Good.
Spirit in here.
How y'all
Hey,
doing?
confetti for
How you
Lynn, y'all.
doing?
If
Confetti
y'all
for
don't know,
Lynn.
Lynn is
Um,
actually famous, y'all. Lynn is famous in real life. Just to
About
put
that
him out
life.
there.
How you doing? So I just want to give my, my brothers their flowers because it's always give good to people their
It
flowers
is.
and when they
All right.
welcome.
Can y'all not make this a Andrew Crash show?
Anywho,
Trying to-
it's crazy because yesterday I saw Super or whatever, and I was telling him, I said he was the I'm glitching. He was the reason why him and Andrew why I bought the Oculus because like I said I didn't know nothing
Wow.
about
Oh.
this shit. But
Wow.
between him and Andrew, because his video kept going viral, but I kept seeing Drew on the videos as well. I'm like, damn, what is this meta shit going on? And I went and bought me an Oculus. I went and spent $500 for this, and it was well worth it. But I called Amazon and I got my coins back. Okay,
Hey.
and I kept the game.
Oh my god.
But you would be amazed. I want to say this: you'll be amazed. The smallest things would catch your eye, and
Wow.
make you want to get it. The smallest things. That's all it takes.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And honey, Drew's an entrepreneur on here. If y'all don't know Drew,
Yes,
he's an
sir.
entrepreneur on here.
Whatever, man.
He
He will
gets the
take your
coins,
money in
honey.
all different ways.
Yes,
All
sir.
different ways. Blackjack
Okay.
table.
And
Hit on
also
13.
too, I just want to add to this too. So when Lynn come up to me yesterday or last night, see Andrew, I didn't even know this until last night. I met Lynn a couple months back in the plaza, but she came up to me last night and she said that she literally started getting into virtual reality because she saw one of the TikTok clips that I posted.
Yeah, the comment
Right,
that went
and
viral.
one of them was that the one that
One
went viral, the one
second.
we was talking
Where,
about.
where these cameras at?
By
Both of
the-
these cameras. Fuck TikTok right
Yep.
now because they took that video down. But whatever, keep it going.
Yeah, that was going close to 300,000
Yeah.
views.
It was
was
going
going
it was
crazy.
going go it was going viral, but it is what it
It
It's
is.
was
still
going
floating
viral,
around
yeah.
though. It's still floating around.
It's another
It's still
one, but
floating
not the
around?
one that went viral.
Because
though.
Oh, it's
I
not.
still see it. Yes, I still
Yeah.
see
Oh,
it.
yeah.
It's floating around.
There's a different one. There's a different one that was at Comedy Lit that went up to like 300K views, and it was like
It was the one that,
buildings
Wasn't
a
the
girl was
dude
getting
up
cussed
on
out. She was getting
stage?
cussed out or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
still catch it. It's still floating around.
Oh,
TikTok.
somebody probably
still going?
recorded. Somebody
Yeah.
probably screen recorded and reposted. You know how that goes.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, hey,
Some
well,
girl had
that's
got cussed out.
love.
And
That's
some
love.
girl had got cussed out in
That's
Comedy
right.
Lit,
All right.
Yeah.
and so it was a fight. Yeah, it's still floating around TikTok. I still see it every now and
Yeah.
then.
Oh wow.
And see, this is the kind of stuff that we what I'm talking about. Like, I love it when I hear stories like Lynn coming up to me and saying, "I bought the Oculus Quest headset because of the content you provided." Right, and
Wow.
then your
Most
your
definitely.
comedy lit world, like that's all love, and that's like the main reason why we do what we do, right? Is because we want to show love, we want to help build the community, and
Exactly.
we want to give people a reason to like know that they can come in here and just have a good time. So I just wanted to point that out, though. Yep.
Soup's got a
Thanks, Soup.
great point there about not just, being in here and making worlds and looking for ways to make money, but everything you do, not only is it influencing what people already in here can either see or give them inspiration or ideas to build something themselves, but there's people that are
that's in
looking
the
on
real
the
world.
looking in from the outside that you don't realize they're like, oh, maybe I should get in on this. And that was
And
the
that's
other half of why
and
I got
that's
a VR
another
headset.
thing to sorry to cut you off to touch on that. I didn't know
No, you ain't.
that people didn't know Zuck just posted a picture probably like a week ago to celebrate Spain and what's the name coming in here. And in the outside
France,
world,
yeah.
they ridiculed him. They ridiculed Horizon Worlds
Yeah, they tore him
just
apart.
because what the picture looked like. Literally, just from that one picture that he posted, they basically said this ass, the stocks on this dropped. Like it was ridiculous. I just seen the article about it the other day. And for people
Yep.
that's out there watching, man, if you have not been in here, um, I would say come in here and then give your opinion on it because the opinions and stuff that y'all gave on it, man, and have not stepped one foot in here and seen the community and stuff that's going on in here, man. It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous to see stuff like that, and it was crazy. Like I said, I would just say take one step foot in here and go in any world and talk to anybody. I'm pretty sure your mind will be changed because this is
Well,
most definitely will be the future and what's going on. So Zuck, if you listen to this, man, we got your back, yo. We got your back.
He be watching this while he wakeboarding and shit. So you can talk to him right now.
Most definitely. We got your back. Hit us up,
On
Zuck.
Soup's
We'll do
channel,
an
of
interview.
course.
We got them, man.
On Soup's channel. So Zuck, when you're tuning in, hope you're enjoying the content.
Yeah, but to touch
Man,
on that, man, about the outside world and stuff looking in, man, the content that we do post, so that's why a lot of negativity, we try to stop that from getting out there because it scares people away. And mostly it scares the businesses away that probably thinking about getting in here because they don't know anything about the metaverse or anything that goes on in here. They're just taking a leap of faith when they're bringing their business in here and attaching their business to it. So if people are out there and you are creators, you trying to get deals with these businesses and stuff, man, the content that you put out, they see those things. Trust me, they look up your names, they look up your social media to see what you're posting and different things like that because they're attaching their business to your name. So just watch what you post and stuff that you put out there, man. Um, it's like I said, the way that they did it just by one picture that he posted, just imagine that the negativity that we post out there, how they look at it. So yeah, man, that was crazy. I didn't know that people was really going in like that, man, just from that one picture. That was ridiculous, and they never even been in here.
yeah, he welcomed France and Spain. I think it was Sunday at like 2 a.m. East Coast time, and I was up just flipping through my phone. I hit refresh,
Yeah,
and I see him with the Eiffel Tower in the background, and I'm like, oh, what is this? What am I looking at? And I'm excited. And then everybody not in the horizon was just jokes, and I'm like, wait a minute,
yeah.
something ain't right here. And
I
then I
mean,
realized
millions of
because
views on
people,
so many videos on YouTube, dude.
yep.
It was ridiculous.
And I mean, I get it. It's gonna happen because people are gonna criticize no matter what. And
Most definitely.
what matters is just people finally coming in here and having these connections, meeting people, real people, and actually like you. I mean, I don't know about you, but I've got more real friends in here that I've
Oh,
made
then you doing
real
in real life? Oh,
connections.
most
Like
definitely. Because
people,
I don't have
yeah.
that many friends in real life, and it's not that I don't make friends because you can tell I'm a people person. It's just my circle is small, um, and it
I don't
goes
think I
off
mess with you.
personalities and who you are and who you are to where you're actually a friend to me. So in here, it's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous.
No, and you're right because I think my entire lifetime I probably got like a handful of friends that if I call them right now they drop everything, they'll come help, and I'm very grateful for that because the whole lifetime of time it took to find those people, and then
Exactly,
in here it was just like,
man.
hey,
Just
I'm in
like
the
that.
plaza, you in the plaza, what are you working
What's
on?
up?
You want to work on it with me? Yeah, let's go.
Sure.
This is all right. What do you do? Oh, damn. Now we got a common interest. And then it's like, hey, let me catch you on Messenger. Let me chat with you after we get out of VR. And then,
Exactly.
you know, it just continues to grow.
It goes from there. Yeah, because the people you meet in here, like I said, people are all over the world. You will never in the real world would have got a chance to probably meet these people and stuff, man. Like Lynn's in Charlotte somewhere. Like I've never in a million years thought I would have probably met a person like that. And the friendship and stuff that we have is just like crazy. Just because of this app. Just because of this app. So it just can't do anything but get any better than what's already going on.
Well, I mean, I talked a little bit about getting up on stage at the Soapstone, but just that one experience was just like the tip of the iceberg of all the things that has opened up for me in here. Like, I
Yeah.
mean, I've got a comfortable career out in here in the physical world. I want to keep
Yeah.
using the Zuck term, the physical world. I got a successful career. I also have my side hustles, my other businesses, doing my DJ work, and I got quite a few other things going on. But when I got in here, it was like, what do I want to do that I can't do out here in the physical world? And I was like, all right, I got up on stage, I told some jokes, got some laughs. That was fun. And then I don't know if you know Euphoria, who made The Village, used to be Murder
Yeah.
Village. He's got like 5 albums on Spotify, and
Oh wow.
he heard I was a DJ, and he's just like, you want to do a feature on one of my songs? I'm like,
Oh
yeah,
wow.
absolutely.
That's dope.
And like 2 weeks in, he's like, "All right, I got a track for you. I want you to listen to. Here's the instrumental. I'm gonna send it to you." And I'm like, "Okay, he's
Never
for
would have been able
real."
to do that in the
And
real world. That touches on
never
that.
would have known him. He's in Canada. He's in Canada. I would have
Wow.
never met him. But legit, on the way to a wedding, I had this like phrase stuck in my head over and over again. Don't doubt me, don't doubt me. And it turned into a hook, which turned into a verse, which turned into a song. And I'm like, well, I would never
Hey.
put nothing on Spotify. I would have never done that. So in
Oculus on
here,
Spotify,
there's
y'all.
so
Go
many
run them
things.
streams up.
Oh yeah, it's hilarious because the cover photo is me and him in front of his murder what is it, Nightmare on Your Street
Mansion.
world, and I made us some gold chains and we mean mugging.
Hey.
Oh, it's amazing. I love it.
That's dope. And
But
to touch
I
on
would have never
music
done it.
before you continue, that's another thing about
Yeah,
me supporting people in here.
I was going to ask you
In
about that too.
AM
So
Blackjack and AM Blackjack 21, instead of just going in there and putting music from the industry, I literally went around and took music from people in Horizon Worlds who make music to show support from them. And because I knew thousands of people would be in and out of that world, and you never know
hmm
who may walk in there. I didn't got a couple producers already that came in and was like, "Yo, who's this on this track right here?" And I've already connected those people together. So just by doing that and showing support instead of just adding music from people that are already
yep.
famous, and to show support to those people in here. So if you do, people out here, if you make music or know somebody that makes music in Horizon Worlds, I see my man over there putting his hand up. Hit me up on Instagram, man. AndrewMoney10 VR or AM Blackjack 21. Shoot me up to my DM. I'm actually changing out the music this week to bring in some other people from Horizon Worlds to show support and to show people in here has crazy talent, man, crazy talent. But it's just showing that support is, once again, like I said, is the best thing.
So how many people walking around singing "I'm in the meadow with it" thanks to
Oh
you?
my God, yo! So that's the crazy part, because people are sitting in blackjack constantly for hours, and these songs are just in their head, constantly going back and forth. We got a song in there by Victor 3000. It's so hilarious that because a person, I think they just came in here probably like a month ago, and they've been in blackjack ever since, and they went into, I think, a talk show one day, and they were just sitting in there. I think they got an invite or something, and Victor 3000 walked on stage, and they just started singing his song. Like, yo, that's Victory. Like he was famous or something, but he
Yo,
is famous in his own right. But it's crazy, man. But these songs are stuck in people's head just from them being in there. So, and people have actually went and downloaded these people's songs and stuff like that. So it's dope, man. It's most definitely dope to show support and to see people actually singing these people's songs, man. It's crazy.
I had to say, that's one thing I never experienced is walking on stage and they singing my song. But I'm gonna definitely have to, one, come out with some better music, two, connect with you just a little bit harder, and then three, I'm gonna make sure y'all be singing that on the way out, and I'll give you extra chips at Andrew Money's Blackjack. So if you
Oh,
sing
they
my
go Katniss.
song,
Shout out Katniss. We was just shouting you out not too long
hey,
ago.
we got Joe How 01. If you got a
What's up,
question,
Joa?
please feel free to walk up to the mic and unmute. We'd love to hear from you if you got a question or a comment.
So are you guys live on Twitch?
We are
Facebook
live on YouTube.
and
All
Facebook.
right.
Okay,
Oh
thank
yeah,
you.
Soup.
You're welcome.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Soup's on Facebook.
It's funny, that question actually is a good question because number one, obviously we are live streaming. If you're in a world with Super, you should already assume you being recorded for scientific purposes. But no, in all seriousness though, that question was a really good one because when I first met Lakes when I came in here, I had no idea that he was doing YouTube videos because my first time meeting him was in his graduation class of building, and I saw myself on YouTube, and I'm just like, oh my god, I'm such a dumbass. Like I was in there acting a fool. Like I was literally the disruptive, not
Oh
underage,
nah,
but
man.
disruptive
What the
fool.
hell?
I was literally trying to walk through his forest and he had invisible walls everywhere that was guiding you to the main area. So I'm like bumping into walls and I'm like, why can't I get through this? Why am I in a forest that I can't walk through? And I'm just being vocal about being real angry. And then I get to a point where there's a dog in the corner barking and I'm like, I can't pick up
The
the
hell?
dog or pet the dog. Yo, this is so dumb. Like what? And,
Oh
and I'm
shit.
literally like saying all this. And I finally get to the area where everybody's at and somebody's holding a tree And I was just like, you can grab a tree, but you can't pet the dog. Like, what world
Dog.
is this? And Lakes is just trying to be polite. He goes, "It's a beginner class. Like, it's okay." And like the whole time I'm grabbing a tree and Elastic Plastic, if you know him, he's like legendary in here from his scripting
Yeah.
abilities. But I took the tree and I literally put it right over top of him. So that way he couldn't see that there was a tree in front of him. He was
What the
inside of
fuck,
it.
Oculus?
And he was in the middle of like telling a story and everybody's just cracking up laughing. And he's like, "Oh, have you heard this one before?" And it was like the whole experience was like hilarious at the time. But thinking back to it, I was literally doing, like you said, you didn't know the space and you didn't understand
Yeah.
the etiquette and how you should act. And I was just in there being disruptive because I had no idea what the hell I was doing in this invisible wall forest where I could grab trees and run up on people. So when he said, "Are you live streaming?" I literally from that moment on, I was like, I need to get in his videos because he's doing it. He's in Horizon and he's doing
Yeah.
these walkthrough Wednesdays. I'm doing these world tours. Like I got to get in here with Lakes. And like 2 videos in, he was just like, "Do you want to hang out for walkthrough Wednesdays? Because you're literally like taking over the entire video. Like you're the content." And I'm just like, "Oh, I've been found out like that fast."
Oh shit.
So so it's just a good shout out about Are We Recording, because at the time I had no idea that he was doing a class. I had no
That's
idea that he was
crazy.
doing these walkthrough Wednesdays on film. And then he's just like, you're the content, like you're leading, like you took over the entire thing. And I'm like, oh damn. So shout out Lakes for his patience. You got another question? Go ahead, unmute and come on up. See, this is polite, raising his hand,
Most
waiting
definitely.
his turn. Take notes.
How many people are watching the live right now?
Oh, that's a great question. Super probably has over 10,000 people at home with their browsers closed, potentially waiting to watch his stream. About
Okay.
four. There's about
Okay,
four.
thank you.
You're
Yep,
welcome.
absolutely. Yeah, the analytics are not looking good this week, but that's mostly because early on we had a dial-up connection. Now we got a strong connection, so the content's getting better. Soup. I know every time I see you, I always crack the joke about recording, but I really do want to stress I respect and appreciate everything you do, especially your ethics behind it. That's one thing that I get to see in here is that people have ethics behind how they act and what they do. Sometimes
Exactly.
it slips and people fall into that negative space, but overall, a lot of people really do take the time to just be genuine, be cool, and I just wanted to
Exactly.
shout you out because you are a genuine cool dude. So back to a question for you because we've been talking for a minute about a lot, but I want to learn more about you. So Andrew Money 10. So you got your blackjack world, you got your darts world, your $100 shot, your club comedy lit. Now after comedy lit, there was that moment when you had your 15 seconds, 15 minutes. I don't know how long that spotlight lasted, but you got a chance to really work with somebody in the real world to bring them into the metaverse and
Yeah.
showcase your comedy spot. So talk about that. Oh,
Man, not to
passing
go
them
into too
thanks out.
much not to go into too much detail that I can't talk to, but I'll try to talk around what I can.
Public
When I
knowledge. Go ahead
when
and
I were
share that.
first when I when I when I first received the email or contact from the people, it was weird at first because being in here, and this is before deals and businesses started coming in here. This right before the Wendy's deal came in here or anything like that. So I didn't know if it was a scam or not because I'm like, well, I only came in here to play a game, and that was like a lot of people purposes of coming in here. I didn't think like anything like that was possible. So I had to do my research, and just because the area I'm in, I'm actually from Chicago, so we don't have Spectrum internet in here. We have Xfinity
Mm,
and Comcast. So I didn't even know who
yep.
Spectrum was. And when I did look them up, it came up as an internet phone cable company. It's like, oh, this is just some rinky dink company that's that's out there,
Oh
some
no.
small company. Sorry, Spectrum. But I didn't know. You're not in my area. So yeah, I didn't I didn't know if it was real or not. So I'm like, oh, this is just some small company or whatever. And basically, they wanted to work with me because somebody actually been in my comedy club. They was at Comedy Lit, and the people that actually connected us together, he was in there almost every day. So this kind of goes back to being kind and being nice to people, because you never may know who walks in your world. You never may know who's
Mm-hmm.
sitting in this audience. It could be somebody from Meta. It can be somebody from a company. It could be somebody from a marketing team, from a company that sees this and wants to use this platform or have you build something for them or whatever. So that goes back to that, man. And from people coming into Comulet and coming up to those people, because I still have that trait. Even to the new worlds I got now, I sit in my world all day. And blackjack, every person that walks in, I'm saying the same thing over and over. I don't care how many times I say it. And I'm still doing it with the same energy, the same smile, even though we can't smile in here unless we put our two fingers up or whatever. But I'm doing it with the same energy. Next person comes in, man, how you doing? It's your first time on here. Do you know how to play blackjack? Have you played blackjack before? It's always good that they played it before and don't have to explain the game. But if I have to, I do it because they're new. They don't know how these things work, and even if it's their first time in Horizon Worlds, I'm sitting there explaining that to them. Sitting there how the world works, telling them this and that. Because like I said, you never may know who may walk in there. And just to give a little detail on that, that's kind of how I got that deal, was because somebody came into Comulet. I can't say who it was and who they work for, but somebody in that deal came inside Comulet or whatever, and they love the atmosphere, even though inside of Comulet, and if you've been there, it's chaotic, it's crazy, it's people roasting each other. You walk in, you may get roasted just by walking in.
Yep.
So just be ready. Just be ready when you do come in. So watch out for that. But it was just interesting to see that when I did have a conversation with that person, they loved it. Like they loved the atmosphere. They loved what I did when people came in, just by greeting them and showing the utmost respect to everybody that walked in that door. And not treating anybody different. So from that, I got emails and stuff, and the whole gist was basically going inside Comilit and rebranding it basically to Spectrum, how they wanted it and how the real life show was in LA. That was the whole thing. That took a couple weeks and to a couple months for everything to get produced or whatever. We actually had like a huge production day. I got to meet the CEOs, the CMOs, big names in this company. And if you ever do get into any of these deals, please, please, please make connections with these people. I will always stress
Mm-hmm.
that it's never really what you know, it's always who you know. Just by
Who
knowing the
you
right
know.
people, it can get your foot in the door at a lot of different places. Because the whole point most of the time is when you get into some of these deals, where particularly mine is just they just want you to build a world and then you hand it over to them and then they do all the rest. But with me, I'm just not that person. I was in every meeting, I was in everything. I went in there, I explained to them because they're new, they don't know how to get on. It was actually Meta's job to show them how to use it, how to get on, how to get around Horizon Worlds, how to interact, how to get to the world. I took it upon myself because I've been in here even longer than the people from Meta. To basically take my time and show them like these are things probably Meta or other people got paid to do, but I just took it upon myself to do those things myself. To go in there, show them how to get on. I made tutorial videos. I sent it out to the whole company, showing them how to get on, and it was a huge help. So once we got done, the production took almost, I think, 7 hours or something like that. Once we got done, one of the people from Meta thanked me, and then the CEO of the company had a long speech and
Wow.
thanked me personally for doing what I did. So even that in itself was just huge. Um, and they basically talked about other things, hoping to work again together. Can't talk about that stuff, but just when you get into these conversations with these people, man, just like I said, just make connections because it goes a long way. But to get back to the question, that was huge. I met real comedians, Kev on stage, Tony Baker to hear. I met those people coming in there, and it's crazy because people always ask me when Common Lit was going on, was like, when are you going to do shows? Because I never had any shows set up for comedy lit. Like there was never like a set day, and I had comedians in there. It was always just open mic. People come on the stage, and I always said that my first show would be real comedians being on stage, and to have that happen, man, it just blew my mind. Like it really blew my mind. I never thought something like that would happen in here. And like I said, when I first got that first email, man, I didn't think it was real because I came in here just to play games. Literally, that was the whole point. So for that to
So,
happen, it was
so,
huge, man, and it changed my mind.
so I didn't know this. You never did any actual
Never,
events.
never.
You literally was
Comedy
just
lit,
always
yeah,
open mic
comedy lit
all
blew up
day, every
because of
day.
the people. Yep, because of the people. No shows, not one.
I was about to ask you a question, and then you said that, and I was like, "Hold up!" But before I get back to Joe Howe, we're gonna let you ask another question. Um, my question to you was, you were, or not a question, it was a comment about how you were talking about, when you come in comedy lit, you better be ready because is everybody's roasting everybody. When that happened, it's not what's the word for it? It's not not negative. It's not a toxic environment.
Malicious.
It's actually
Yeah,
fun. It's
it
fun. Like when
is.
you walk in there and people start roasting, people are expecting you to fire back or say something back.
Big letters, no rules, just be lit. And I think people took that to heart when they got in there. So I think it most definitely made its own self that type of environment.
Yeah, yeah. Because when I went in there the first time, I didn't know what to expect. And in this space, it's like you have to call out if you're clean comedy. So most likely, wherever else you're going is not going to be,
Clean comedy.
hook up with your best friends and yeah, exactly. It's not going to be like just clean comedy. So when you did your thing and people in there were just having a good time, I was just thinking to myself, this is why I love this community. Like we can have a place where people can just talk. They can, get it out their system, while out,
Exactly.
be themselves, talk trash. And at the end of the day, you done made, 10 new friends because of
So
the people
many
that you were
friends
just
up in
now
there.
in there
So many
roasting.
friends. I even still get it from today. And because it's been thousands of people in and out of Horizon Worlds. Sometimes I forget names, and they would come in here and they would be like, "Yo, I was there during the Comedy Lit times, and I met so many people in there, and this and that." And I just be like, "Whoa!" Like even now, I go back to some of the old videos to see some people names that I see now, and I'm like, "Yo, you was in there? Like what? Like because it was just thousands of people in and out of there. And like I said, within a month, I'm pretty sure like Coming Lit like reached records because it was over 21,000 visits within a month, and that's like unheard of for some worlds. Like people are still trying to reach their thousands. There's 5,000. There's 10,000, and to have that many visits within one point of stands in 1 month, that's just crazy. But once again, it's thanks to the people, man.
That's pretty awesome.
That's definitely true. When you're chasing the numbers, it's like you never hit a good enough number, and it keeps going. But when you got a
Yeah.
hit on your hands, you're like, oh, how did I get this far? Like, oh my god, how did I jump to this number?
Yeah.
So it's a weird feeling on that.
Like even
Joe
now, I was
Howe,
going through
you got
some
another
old
question
pictures.
or
Go ahead,
comment?
Joe.
Feel free. Come on up.
One
Yep,
second.
go ahead.
You good?
Got it.
Oh, okay. Um, w- this. So, what is this about, basically?
So every week we get Andrew Money on stage and we ask him to talk about himself. And the more we hear about Andrew Money, the more we learn. No, in all seriousness, every week we do a surprise guest from the audience. So if you're here every Sunday, we might bring you up on stage to open up the show. Just ask you some questions about your time in Horizon, if you had a chance to build, if you met anybody that's really influential or helpful. And then we have a surprise guest who actually is the main guest for the week, which this week, Andrew Money, who's been in here creating amazing spaces for people. So it's a talk show to just help share a little bit of insight on some creators, but also help people who are looking to learn maybe something that's helpful.
Okay, and so does no? So how many people do attend this every week?
A
Is
Oh,
it like a
lot
different?
because they're in and
usually
out.
between 300 and 400 people come in here, unique visitors. So the traffic's between 300 and 400
Okay. And Andrew he met real comedians?
Yes,
Yeah,
I have.
Like, jeez. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
absolutely.
Thanks for your question,
Goodbye.
man.
You're
All
welcome.
right, Joe.
Bye. Have a good day.
You too.
Hey, and
So
that's another
real
thing I want to
comedians.
pinpoint on the kids coming in here, man.
Mm,
I know in the beginning, it was like kids get them out of here, but mostly the disruptive kids, and depending on what topics we were talking about in the room. But I've always pushed as well too. A lot of these kids in here are geniuses, because their
yeah,
generations grew up on the iPads and all this stuff, man. And I've always wanted to support that and push that. And to push on that note, if people don't know, my AM Darts was actually scripted by a 13-year-old kid. And I actually going in the Discord seeing that they family had posted
we're gonna edit
about one
that
of
out.
their
We're gonna edit that out.
posted one of their worlds that they built, and me being the person I am, I'm always supporting people, man. And I went into the world and it was dope. And I was just walking around, and Katniss had hopped in there with me, and we were just in there, and it was called Kawaii's Hop. And went in there, walking around, and we just started inviting people, getting people in the room just to show love to it or whatever. And one of the family members hopped in there. We were back there working. You can actually clock in into the register. You got a credit card. You get paid
Yep.
on the same day and stuff. And it was just dope to see that. And I was just like, "Yo, who built this? Who scripted this?" Because it was just like a dope build. And she was like, "Oh, our family did this," and she was explaining everything to me. And then the mom comes in, and then you pointed somebody. Oh, I'm talking.
Yo,
Yo,
the whole
I
time,
did
bro.
not
I
know.
thought that's why you brought it up.
No,
Oh
I
my
didn't.
god.
I didn't even. Okay, they're
I'm
actually
done.
up there in the audience. The whole family, Kawaii, Rock Paper
Goodbye.
Scissors, Kingdom Hearts 42 up there, and Charbug. Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, so we were in
I'm
there.
like,
The
you're
mom
literally
hops
talking
in.
about them like they're not in the
I was like,
room,
"Who is
but
he
you're gonna
pointing
keep
to
going
up
with
there?"
it.
But yeah, man, we were in there for a while, and I started talking to the mom, and she was like, "Yeah, we just came in here. Why am I glitching so bad? We just came in here like 2 months
People love you,
ago."
man.
And I was like, 2 months ago. It's like, "Yeah, they didn't built over almost 10 worlds." And I asked them like, "Who scripted it?" She was like, "Oh, my son." And I'm like, "All right, well, he's probably like 17, 18, 19 or something, because the scripting was dope." And she was like, "Oh no, he's 13." I'm just like, "Wait, what?" And it just blew my mind. So he hopped in. I think probably a couple minutes later, had a conversation with him, and I actually showed him a sneak peek of the blackjack world. And before I started like explaining to him about the blackjack world and the scripter that was scripting it. Shout out to my scripter for the blackjack world, Kane Papa. Um, he was explaining it to me. He didn't even know how to play blackjack, but as I was explaining it to him, he was explaining to me how he would go about scripting it. And that's like a crazy script to build, and it was just like blowing my mind. And I'm like, "Did you have any experience in coding in the real world?" And he didn't. And he said he just hopped in here. Shout out to Kingdom Hearts 42 up there. He just hopped in here, went through the scripts, and he learned it from that way. And him and his family been building worlds ever since for only 2 months. So please, guys, anybody in here, please take a chance and check out their worlds over there. Just click on any one of their names and their creations, save them, and make sure you guys take a look at them because they are dope. They probably publish a world almost every week now. It's a family. They basically got in here because of their son, and it's just dope to see that. and to see the community. And I want to shout out Super Two and their group that
Again,
they're doing in community, man. Soup's always getting shout out. What they're doing
damn.
with bringing the kids in here and stuff and teaching them how to script, man, it's dope. But to talk back on that, when I brought him in into the darts world and explained it to him like how darts go, no lie, we're in this world together. I sent them a video on YouTube on how darts is played or whatever, right? And he was just like, just explain it to me one more time. As I'm explaining it to him, he's scripting it as I'm going. And I'm like, well, I kind of want this. He's like, all right, I got it. I kind of want, all right, I got it. As I'm talking, he just scripting the game. It was like the most craziest thing I ever seen in my life. And we got to one point to where I think he was working on something, and he was having just a little hard time doing it. And I was like, no, I don't think I need it. He was like, nah, I got it. And within 1 minute, it was done. He finished that world scripting it under an hour, literally under an hour. So the geniuses in here are getting ridiculous, man. I told him he's most definitely going to be a young waffle copters in the making, and most likely even
Nah,
a
I'm
little
gonna
bit
have
better
to.
than waffle coppers. Sorry, waffle, but
I was gonna
but
say
yeah,
he
man,
don't need to be the next waffle copters. He's the
he's going to be
first
better,
him. That's
most
the
definitely.
reality. He's the
Exactly, and
first
that's what I
him.
told him. Most definitely. So it was dope working with him, man. Pretty sure we'll probably do something else again, but to talk about the kids and stuff that's coming in here in Horizon Worlds who are geniuses, man. It's gonna be dope. It's most definitely a bright future for Horizons Worlds because we're not doing anything but just laying the base for it. Like it's I always say Horizons World is almost going to be something like YouTube. I remember when YouTube first started, like people were just on there with just videos and now it's like a huge community. People are making millions, even billions of dollars off of YouTube, and it's just crazy. The community that's on it, like the creators, they meet up and make videos together. It's like us meeting up and building worlds together. It's just gonna be endless, man. But I do want to touch on that. So hey, thank you again, Kingdom. Thank you again to the Kawaii family, man. Y'all worlds are dope. I visit every single one of them every time you publish them. So
So first thing, I appreciate you shouting them out. Second, you just fact check everything they told me, so that means that they're trustworthy, or they got their lies straight. No, but seriously, that was basically what I learned from them when I went and
yeah, it's dope.
checked out the
I
bumper
still
car
don't
world.
believe they
That's where
only
I met
been
them.
here 2 months, but you can say what you want to say. You know, it is what it is. It is what it
I mean,
is.
it's the 28th, so it's almost 3 months.
Well, it's
Almost.
3 months now, but within 2 months, the builds and stuff that they build, it just looks so professional that it's crazy.
No, it
But
is.
that's a great thing.
It is.
It is.
Like
It
I can
doesn't look.
honestly
It
say
is.
that.
It is.
Yeah, I was gonna say, not the next waffle copter, not it looks like, not it's good
Exactly.
inspired by. No, this is all original content. This is all quality work
Exactly.
coming from that family. So, definitely shout out that entire group, doing your thing, and I'm just excited to see what another 3 months looks like for y'all. Because in all reality, I
Man.
mean, in here, the way that time flies, if if
Yeah.
if in 6 months we got enough code blocks that literally blows away the year before it, in the next 6 months it's going to be a whole nother horizon in here, like legit.
Exactly.
um we got the meshes, that big tree back there.
Yeah.
That's definitely none of the objects that we get. That's now new meshes that are going to be coming in here. So I'm excited to see importing. I'm excited to see bringing things into Horizon, but more importantly, being able to exit out of Horizon to get to, web pages, Patreon, being able to get to
Exactly.
YouTube, being able to, basically just go wherever we want and not be limited to the 15 shapes. I mean, that's really where I want to be at, and I'm glad that we're almost there. We're almost there.
Almost. It's getting there.
Have you seen? There was a post a couple months back. It was in the checkmark group, and it was the world for the Riu Hotel in Spain. So this hotel in Spain was recreated in alt space, and somebody posted in the Horizon Worlds checkmark group, and the whole thing was is that it was, blowing Horizon out the water. This was way better looking, way more immersive, way better this way, that way,
Wow.
video and textures. And I'm like, all right, for me, you can't tell me something's better. I got to go see for myself. So I went right up
Exactly.
into alt space. I went to the Rio Hotel, and the first thing I saw, it was exactly like it said in the video. You walk into the hotel, you got the concierge waiting for you. It looked good. The quality of the textures was just obvious. Textures was like mind blowing from being in here and then being able to see all the different things that they had. But then the meshes, they had the meshes. So I'm like, okay, so we got two things that we don't have
Yeah.
yet. And when I walk up to the counter and I hit the button to start the the welcome message and
Yeah.
says, "Do you want it in English or Spanish?" And I'm like, all right, English. And then they say, "Okay, welcome, blah blah blah." And the whole time I'm looking, if I just take that straight on perspective and I just shift to the side, I can see this cardboard cutout that's talking to me. So at first I was like, "Oh, this is wild." But it was literally a flat piece of paper that was talking at me, and I'm like, "All right, well,
Wow.
this ain't that serious." And then I go upstairs and they got this TV with the commercial for the Rio Hotel. And I'm like, oh, that looks good. And then we got the NBA lane and it's all in 4K and it's looking fresh. So I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
so we pretty much there. We just don't have access to it. And then
Yeah.
it was the really big thing was when they did the shot from like the drone coming in. Well, I decided to hop off the balcony and go be nosy. And it's basically like a skybox. Like it's basically like in this world, I got a skybox. These
Wow.
stars, this sky, it's a box. But instead of it being just a text object of a black sky, it was a panoramic picture of like the lowest quality thing that you could ever get from an aerial camera view, kind of like Google Earth trying to look down in your
Exactly.
neighborhood. Like that's what it was. But when you're coming in from a drone into the hotel, you can't tell that it's so low resolution. It just looks like that you're flying into the city and now you're seeing this really nice hotel. So definitely not one thing negative about what they did in Alt Space or in the Rio Hotel. It's gorgeous. But we are only a few features away from matching what they can do now in Alt
Exactly.
Space. And that's what's really amazing and
But
I'm
I
excited for
would
because
ask when you went in there, what type of community did you see?
oh I didn't.
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't.
And I think
That's why I'm here.
I would say that's the difference of these other apps and stuff coming in and trying to prove that they're better just because their graphics or their textures are just a little bit
Yeah.
better than ours. It's the community we have, and it's the growing community that we have in here is I think what blows the water out of any other app that's trying to come in here. It's kind of like Apple and Android. People still love Android, but the community that's with Apple is like ridiculous. Yeah, you still have your strong community over here with Android, but it's the things that they do and the unisons of everything that they put together that the community that they have, it's ridiculous. So I would kind of compare it to those two, and I think that's what keeps bringing people back in here and new people in here. And when the new people do come in here, is what keeps them to stay in here. It's the community that goes on in here, man. And I don't think anything else matches that. So
Yeah, and I don't know if it's because like I said, the world was great. And I don't know if it was because how often would you go back to a hotel world? You wouldn't. You would go
exactly,
there, you get the experience, you can actually book a hotel. Like it serves its purpose for sure. But I've been to a couple of worlds where it was like Premier Nightclub or something. There was a live DJ, and I was impressed with that part of it because they give you the instructions in the world how to connect your DJ equipment to your computer, play it through your computer into the world, and you don't have to hack it to get it to work. So I was like, okay, I like that. I want that. But the people in there, it was kind of like going to the real world and going to a nightclub and you got on like 3 day old clothes and some dirty shoes. Like people aren't going to come over and talk to you. That's what it felt like. And I was just like, this is weird. Like I'm just like trying to be like I am in here. I'm like, hey y'all, how y'all doing? You know, I'm new in here. You know, is there anywhere I should go? And they're just like, and I'm like, whoa, okay. Like I got the back turn and everything. So the community,
exactly.
absolutely. And I'm not talking trash on any other metaverses or platforms. I'm just saying of what I enjoy and why I stay in here is because I can't find what I have in here anywhere else.
Anywhere
And
else,
in all
exactly.
fairness, I'm sure people have. There's communities out there in all other metaverses, but in this one, I could literally turn around and I got a whole new crowd of people in here who are
Yeah,
just here to hang
just within
out,
like
show
5-10
support,
minutes.
and every time I change topics, I'm telling you, shout out to each and every one of y'all. Um, I want
I get an idea, most of the time it's in that moment and I act on it. So I couldn't really give you a scope of what I'm really thinking and really got an idea of how I want or how I think that's gonna look by bringing the community in. Depending on what comes to my mind, I literally work on it and start right then and there. So I don't really have a scope of what I think is going to happen in the future with that. But to just continue what I'm doing, and I'm pretty sure something bigger than what I'm doing now to help the community out will most definitely come to mind.
No, that's amazing. We got a question up for Joe Howe, so feel free, come on up, ask your question.
Okay, so will this be going on every Saturday, right? No, sorry, Sunday? Every Sunday?
Sunday, yep.
Every Sunday.
Okay. Can I get a picture?
You absolutely
Most
can.
definitely.
Come on, hop over here with me, Andrew. We're gonna get a picture, and then I'm gonna ask you a couple more questions because I don't know what your time's like, but I don't know if you've been here before. We like to go late. Yeah,
Good.
appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Absolutely.
You can have these.
Oh no, you can just put them back. They'll respawn. So there's a respawn on those, a return. Um,
Okay, I
you
gotta
keep
go,
sliding
so
further
have a
down
good
that
day.
couch. You're gonna end up in the crowd in a minute. So have you thought about doing anything different in here? I mean, you started out with the comedy club. You've been doing some things with sport worlds. You know, you got the $100 shot, the darts, the blackjack. So it's kind of a little bit of a variation on each thing that you're doing, but it's never the same, but it's never too far away from what you're kind of on brand with. Is there something else that you want to do, or you are looking to do next, or just a general broad idea of like what would you want to do if you had, the perfect resources to help you with it?
I think the next thing that I'm thinking of, but it's kind of limited right now, is sort of like a city, but the capacity and different things like that. But
Hmm.
I kind of want to bring all of my worlds into one, so it's kind of like a hub, but it still goes against what capacity we have and what Horizon gives us. But I'm pretty sure that's coming, and once that do come, I would love to merge all my worlds into one to give everybody access to everything and to bring it all into one. But something else that I'm probably working on, it's coming. I can't say what it is yet, but just be looking out. I'm one of those people where I stand to secretive until it comes out. So just be looking out. It's gonna be dope. So
Yeah, I always ask that question expecting I'm not going to get an answer because,
you're not.
ideas are very like close to the chest. Like if I say I'm going to
Most
go
definitely.
build a super world and it's going to be all about super, I might see Michael Gregory pop up in here, and we got
That
super
man
federal
builds a
court.
world every single day. Like, holy
He
crap.
literally does. I literally at this show called him Mr. Steal Your World because if you think of a world and he wants to build it, he gonna go build three different variations, and I'm like, yo, you are amazing. Like the number of
Yeah, that
worlds
dude's
you
crazy,
crank out.
man.
Early on, he was inviting me to worlds because at the time I was doing world testing and I was getting people to
Yeah.
add me as a tester for the tours, and he invited me to check out one of his worlds, and I was play testing it, and we were talking for all of like 5 minutes, and everything that I said to him, he was just like, "All right, I gotta go make some changes." And I'm like, hold up." I was like, "I ain't even did nothing yet." And he was like, "No, no, no, that's plenty. I got so many changes to make. I'll be back. Thank you." And he left. He left me in his world, and I'm just like, "All right, so now what?" So I'm in
Shout
this
out to
world
Mike,
with
man.
these three times the size of me chess pieces, and so I'm just like, well, I'm gonna move him around while he's gone. And he invited me
Most
back, and he
definitely.
made all the changes that I was recommended in that instance, like within 10 minutes. And he invited me back, and I'm just like, dang, like that's taking advice like to the next level because a lot of people will
What's up,
take
my
your
boy?
advice, take some notes, get some inspiration maybe,
Exactly.
or take it under consideration sometimes. But he legit was just like, all right, I'll be right back. It's like okay,
Bye.
so
Oh, if you guys
oh
got
later,
questions,
Joe
you
Howe.
can step
Thank
up to
you.
the microphone and ask questions if you guys
Mm,
got questions. I know
well, let's
certain
go ahead and
people
switch
are
seats. I mean,
just.
go ahead. It's your show. I was literally about to say that. Like, I'm so glad that you brought that up because as Joe I was waving goodbye and leaving, I was going to say,
Because I know people are
please,
starting stepping
others,
up
come
and
up
they're
to the mic,
pointing. I'm
ask
like, yeah, you can ask
questions.
questions.
Yeah, come on up, ask questions. If you have a comment about anything that's going on, you want Andrew to or me to answer. If you've been to his worlds and you said you would like to file a complaint because now you broke and you can't get a ride home to your meta island, if you're at the homeless hub, I'll meet you there. I got the box right across from the subway.
Oh my
My
god.
Marquez, welcome.
To Andrew, I wanted to ask you what are or what is actually just a single, the most powerful to you? What is your biggest hope for the future or near future here in Horizon?
Hey,
Um, I'm keep going back to this, but community and love. To see that being spread around here, because what's going on in the real world is probably my biggest thing in here, man. And I think that's what keeps bringing me back. The love and community that's in here is so dope. Um, it's more than what I can ask for. So I would say that's
So
the most thing.
with that being said, because that leads me to another question. I was only going to ask that question, but actually you just triggered my brain with that question. What are you personally doing to bring multiple cultures
ooh,
into a big unified or unifying multiple cultures within the Horizons? Because I think that's one thing that is magical about Horizons, bringing people from different cultures into a single group.
Exactly.
And so
Great.
what are you implementing to affect a change in that? It's pretty much what I'm
Great,
kind of.
great question. Great question. And you probably just hopped in here. And like you said, that's the great thing about this. Every time we look up and talk about a different subject, it's a new group of people in here. But before you did walk in, I would say every world that I built, I would say any different community can come in there and have fun. And I said when I'm in build mode and every probably 20, 30 minutes, I hop down and I act like I'm someone else coming in and to experience my world. And I see if a person likes it, if a person don't likes it. It's always for the community. So I would say every single world that I built that's out there, any culture, any race, anything like that can experience it and have a great time in there. I will never make something just personally just for one group of people just to experience because that's not community. That's not community in my eyes. So most
Yeah,
definitely, every single world I build, you can click
gotcha,
on any world that I have. You most definitely will have a fun time in there. So
gotcha.
that was a great question, man. Thank you for that.
I got a
Well, I
follow up to
definitely
that too. Before
appreciate
you,
that.
if you,
I've
in case you got
definitely
another question, just to
appreciated
follow up with what he said.
your comedy club. Sorry, I didn't interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, no, you're fine. I didn't want to interrupt you finishing giving him his flowers because it is important to recognize, but also, to accept that recognition. Jay Dunn and Joy Rain, they've been saying it to me from when the moment I met them. Don't say you don't deserve it. Don't say you don't think that you deserve the flowers or that you don't want to receive them because you don't think you're good enough. Like you are good enough to receive somebody's respect and compliment and appreciation, and it's a respect thing back to them to allow them to show their appreciation for you. So it's a two-way street at all times. So I want to
Most
make sure
definitely.
that not only are you able to get your flowers, but also receive. So as far as what you were saying about bringing cultures together, one of the things that I've been doing since I came in here was trying to find a way to connect communities, and it finally hit me around January of this year that it's not about putting together a group that everybody will join and make it the biggest group ever. It's about finding these leaders in the community, whether they already have established a group or if they're slowly realizing their place in this community as a leader to help them grow their own communities. And when you're looking for a place to fit in, Horizon has so much opportunity where you can literally go anywhere and you don't have to be put into a box. You don't have to adhere to somebody's mission statement or their beliefs. You can literally just exist out here and you can align with multiple groups. And one of the worlds and the people that made me realize that was Better World Museum, Paige Dansinger of Women in Horizon.
Hmm.
I've been supporting her for the longest time, and since Connect of last October, um, I would go to the Women in Horizon events, and people would join on me and they would be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't know this was a women's only." And I'm like, "No, no, no, it's
I'll
not
go in there
about
too.
being a woman for Women in Horizon.
Showing support
You
for
can
him
be an
though.
ally. Yeah, you can
Yes,
support all of these groups and not have to fit cookie cutter into them." And so it just clicked, and so One Horizon was born. And One Horizon is a group, you can see it on Instagram or Facebook.
Hmm.
Basically, the mission of One Horizon is not to get a bunch of people to join, but it's to help grow these other communities that don't have a voice, to help elevate their voice, to kind of join the collective of voices, to either get help with what they need as their group is growing, but also their needs of what they want in this community. And it becomes this collective that Meta now recognizes as kind of a one unified voice. So you can be a part of Los Amigos and maybe you're not Hispanic, and you can be a part of Women in Horizon and not be a woman, and you can be a part of the LGBTQ plus community and not associate your preference or your identity to anything other than your own feeling and individuality. And so you can basically support everyone and be a part of this bigger collective instead of saying, I joined Oculos's group, but I don't really align with his beliefs, but I want to get into a community. You can basically just exist and you can lead your own group and still benefit from all of these other communities out here that are
exactly.
looking to grow and looking to get help. So that's how I've been helping connect culture, by helping establish Los Amigos de Horizon, working with Women in Horizon, Team Soapstone, the Culture in Horizon with Felso, the LGBTQ plus community with Chris LGBTQ plus, the Queers on Meta group. I mean, there's so many groups out there that I've been connecting with, and through that
Hmm.
have been helping get more opportunities and more visibility to what they're doing.
Fantastic. Thank you for your time, guys.
Thank you.
It's awesome.
Absolutely.
That was a great
And
question,
tours
man.
is going to be growing as well now that we're in the European area,
Yeah.
not just the UK, but now Spain and France, to be able to support those times of night where normally it would be 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific, but it's 2 a.m. over in Europe. So we want to make sure that we're providing things for them to do and join and benefit from the same resources, and not have to be up at 2 a.m. in order to do so. So it's conscious community building is the best way to elevate this platform, and the subconscious, just being here and showing support for people, is the way that you can be a part of it.
So
So Andrew, right now your blackjack world, do you have the numbers on how well that's doing? Because I've yet to see it in the venue without damn near a packed house. Is that doing real well? Is it doing okay? Like
it's doing okay.
brag a
It's
little
doing
bit.
okay. It's doing okay. It's been out for what, a week and a half, almost 2 weeks. I think we had over
That's it.
2,000 visits. But I
Two
don't really like to
weeks.
talk about the numbers. I just want to show
You
support
ain't
to
got
the
to talk
people
about
that
numbers
have been there.
specifically.
So, but
I'm just asking, in
yeah,
your
man.
mind, how's it feeling?
It's like I said, it feels good even if only one person experienced it. So I'm just happy for that. Like it doesn't the numbers don't really matter to me. It's just about the experience. And I think that's why people see me in my worlds a lot, is because I just love the experience that people get from being in the worlds that I build, man. It's just a dope feeling just to see people laugh and have a good time and escape the real world, even if it's just for 1 second, man, just to see people laugh. I'm pretty sure a lot of people haven't laughed in so long just because what's going on in the real world.
Mm,
It's just dope. It's just dope, and I think that's one reason why I did build Comedy Lit, man. And I would say I had so many great nights up in there, man, where I was probably dying laughing, and it was the best thing in the world, man, because you just escape the real world, and all you're thinking about is just what's going on in that moment. So, but to answer your
yeah,
question,
I mean,
it's doing good, man. It's doing good. It's doing great.
yeah, something you just touched on there about the real world, and we'll get to you as soon as I'm done this statement because I want to hear more from you. Um, things going on in the real world, and then coming in here, not only trying to get away from all the negativity, but also not bring it with you. Do you feel that there's escapism that happens overall for people who are just can't tolerate the physical world and they come in here because it's an escape and they don't want to go back? or do you think that there's kind of a balance? Because I think about like so many people that I'll talk to on Instagram DM or on Messenger, and they'll just be like, "No, I'm not getting on tonight. I got something to do, or I'm gonna go hang with the family, or I got dinner
Yeah.
tonight, so I'm gonna be on after that." It seems to me like most people have a good balance in that. How's your
Yeah.
balance with VR and your real physical world
I, I would
responsibilities?
say I would say as a creator, it may be a little different than people just experiencing it because most of the time being a creator, I feel like sometimes you do have an obligation a little bit to people. Like if your world crashes or it has bugs and stuff and it needs to be fixed, you're kind of on a little bit more than certain other people. And
Hmm.
the balance is, I would say, probably one of the hardest things in here for me personally, and I'm pretty sure I'm speaking for a lot of other people, especially with people who do have spouses, because I am married and have a baby on the way, so first child. So
Oh,
congrats to
just
that.
heard it here
So
first. Verizon Live
Congratulations.
exclusive.
thank you.
Andrew
And
Money about to make some
and
change.
I would say I do want to give thanks and a huge thanks to my wife because I know we can get sucked in here for so long, and I think time is probably one of the most important things. And being in here, man, time flies by so fast. And a lot of people, you forget what's going on in the real world if you can't balance those things. So, and it's kind of hard to explain to people who are not in here. I've tried buying her Oculus and stuff. She's been in here, but she's most definitely an introvert. So it's kind of hard to get her in here and to stay in here. Um, but
You ain't try to take her to
bal-
Comedy Lit and have everybody roast her, and then she'll be all right.
she'll run out of there.
Maybe that's not the good not a good move. All right.
but balancing that, man, I think is the hardest thing. Um, trying to get that right. So like in the beginning, because we would be on here to 6, 7 o'clock in the morning at Commie Lit so late, I would have to start like setting alarms and schedules and stuff. And I would say for anybody out there, try that if that's something that you're battling with. Set a schedule for how long you're gonna be in here, no matter what's going on. Like set a certain time, like, all right, I'll be on from this long, and then I'll get out and then I'll come back and communicate with your spouse or whoever you with and let them know the times that you're going to do it so they have a better understanding and stuff. But she knows what's going on in here. She knows his business and stuff. But you can tell your spouse, especially women, so many times, like, hey, is this and this. They know what it is, but time is everything to them, and spending time with them is what they're looking for. So even though she knows what I'm doing in here, she knows everybody that's in here. She even has relationships with some of the people that's in here as well. But it's that thing trying to balance real life and the metaverse is, I would say, probably the hardest thing. So I've been working on it. I'm steady working on it. I'm pretty sure I won't meet the exact standards that she's looking for, but I'm pretty sure I get that at one point in time. So, but I would say trying to balance those two things from a perspective like that would be one of the hardest things. But from a regular standpoint, regular point of view, what I do see the people who just come in here and experience it, most definitely I get that all the time. Like they'll be in here and they're like, "Up, I gotta go. I got something to do with the family. I gotta do this. I gotta do that."
Hmm.
Like I would say they most definitely have a way to balance it, and they just in here on their free time. So, and a lot of the time, people stop going out to clubs because they can come in here. It's better, it's safer, great music. You're in your own house. You can drink as much as you want to. For the people who out there who are of age or whatever, and you're in your own comfort of your home. So, I think that took away a lot of things that people already do, and it's brought it in here. So, I think to your question, I think balance is the key word for a lot of people. I think they're balancing it out pretty good.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I'm gonna come back to that because I definitely got something to share. But Joe Howe, question, comment.
1 second.
Oh, he put
Okay.
me on hold. All right, we're gonna pause the show, take a commercial break. Joe Howe's gonna come back for this comment. No, but in all seriousness, the work-life balance is now the VR physical world balance. Early on, I got obsessed with building my club world. I
Hello.
had Club Oculus a while back. It was
I think you guys
garbage,
this
but
question.
it was. Oh, we got his question ready?
Yeah.
Can you
Oh,
hear me?
Come on up. Yeah, yeah. Come on up
Okay.
to the mic. Yeah, come to the
Oh,
mic.
okay.
There you go.
Um, how do I save these events so I can watch them, so I can join again for the next event?
So if you go to your attend tab under your menu, it's the home button down the bottom left, and
So
then the attend tab.
so right
You can
here,
look at upcoming events.
the three lines.
Yep,
The
hit your
three
three
lines,
lines.
and then your home button down the bottom left.
Bottom left
The
corner,
home,
the circle. Click on that. And right
the
above that, it should be a
bottom.
ticket right there with a star on it that says attend. And then click on that, and you'll see the events right there. So every Sunday, you'll see this event posted every Sunday. You'll be able to attend it. See it?
Let's, let's see here. Um,
Worst case, every Sunday at 9 Eastern, you can save this in as your reminder, and you can come back. You can join the show. You'll see it in the join now.
yes, I've saved it.
Gotcha.
Awesome.
Perfect.
All right, thank
So
you.
we'll do this every Sunday.
You're welcome.
Absolutely, and I appreciate your support. Um, Now, as far as
You're
that balance, early on, I was obsessed with trying to get Club One off the ground, and
Yeah.
I had done Club Oculus, which was based off of a prom world that we did for Sassy 3K. As we were building that prom world, I was like, all right, I got my dance floor, I got my DJ set up, I built my controller, and I'm like,
hold
hold
up. I
up,
have one
like
more
I'm
thing.
basically building my club that I wanted, and so I was like, I was working with Flutter on this, and I was like, Flutter, do you mind if I take what I built and make my club out of this, because I don't want to have
Yeah.
to build it twice. And she was like, absolutely, whatever you want. I'm grateful you're helping me. Like, she was so thankful for all the work I was doing, and I was so grateful for the work she was doing. And Club Oculus was born back last April, and then in December, I was just like, I got to get this club off the ground. Like, I really need to redo with all the new tools. I mean, when I started, we didn't even have a snap tool, so them walls were like,
Oh
we had to,
wow.
steady hand trying to get them
I know
walls
some
down.
people who
I was
still
like,
build
ooh,
without a snap tool, even though they know how to use it. But yeah.
savages. I don't know how. Yeah, it's like trying to eat soup with a fork. You're gonna get there eventually. But
Hey! Interesting fact about me: I don't use spoons at all. I eat with a fork. Everything I eat with. I don't eat cereal,
uh,
so there you go. I mean, people always ask, "What
I
about
was
you?" I
about
don't
to
eat
say,
cereal.
you must be like scooping up the Cheerios with all the prongs on your fork,
Yeah,
drink
I
the
don't use
milk.
spoons, so.
Uh, what's up, Joe? How? Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I wanted to quickly say earlier. Can we all say congratulations to Andrew?
Oh, thank
Oh,
you.
for sure. For sure. Everybody get
Like,
some confetti for Andrew. Joe House telling you give some confetti, but also send some thanks up here. Go to your menu, send some thanks to Andrew, blow him up with thanks because he deserves it.
Oh Lord.
bet.
Oh, here we go.
So you're gonna get a whole bunch of them. So while you're doing that, I just want to go back to the purpose of what I was saying. Oh
Oh,
damn!
Huncho,
Don't
we'll go
accept
to
all of
Huncho
them.
before you go ahead because he wants the question. You good?
You got one more? Go
Oh,
ahead.
yeah, I'm good.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh,
Oculus.
you got to free up the mic if you don't have a question though.
Yeah, step down because
You
someone's
can grab a
stepping up.
seat.
Oh, yep.
Oh
One
God, oh
second. Let
God,
me
oh
get
God.
out of
All right,
here.
guys. All right, guys. Oh my God. You're gonna kill my batteries.
Yes. Yes.
Don't all right, y'all can stop now. Holy
Hold
shit.
up. Don't send me none. Knock it off. Knock it off. It's for him.
Y'all gonna
So
kill
you
my
can't
damn
abuse
battery.
this. I didn't know that you
Oh
could.
man.
Um, Before we get to music mascots question, just to finish up this story. So in December, I was just really obsessed about getting this club done because the beta had opened. Great. This is what I get. All these pop ups now. um, but the beta was open and all these people were coming in, and I was like, I got to get this done right away. I got to work on this. So every single day I would wake up, get in the shower, I would get dressed, get in front of the computer, have my headset on, and I'd be working until it was time for my day job. And then it would be lunchtime, and I go right back in my headset. And then I would go take my headset off, work the rest of the day, and then
It's
headset on.
addictive.
And it was day and night, day and night.
Yeah.
And then I was working in my DMs with people over Messenger, so nonstop in my DMs, like message, 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 message. And it was like a weekend, and I was at dinner with my wife and with our friends, and I'm just on my phone,
Oh shit.
and I sat my phone down. I looked up, and she was just like, "When does it end?" And I was just
Mm,
like, "What do you mean?" And she was just like, "Seriously,
Have a
when
great
does it
night.
end? You're
you
you're
too.
always in Horizon, and even when you're not in Horizon, you're in
You're in
Horizon. You're
there.
on your phone talking about Horizon. When does it end?" And that was the moment that I realized that I was addicted to this, and I was obsessed with it, and I just couldn't believe that I didn't even consider the fact that what was going on around me was just waiting for me to step out of, not just the headset, but out of my obsession with trying to get this
Yeah.
world done. And I took 3 days off from Horizon. From that Friday, Monday and Tuesday, and I came back in to do tours because that was my community commitment. But I spent that Friday, that whole weekend, Monday and Tuesday, just with my wife, and I told her, I was like, I'm gonna balance this out. I'm not gonna do this to you no more. Like I appreciate the fact that we have that open conversation and
Yeah.
communication in our relationship, because it could have went well beyond and never would have spoke up, and things probably could have like gone worse.
Yeah.
And that's why I really point out, really, really stress that if you don't have that balance between being in here, doing all this time focused on building, and go out into the physical world and make sure you're actually spending time with your family, doing things with your spouses, with your kids, because no matter how important it is to have these opportunities in here and to be able to do things that you normally wouldn't be able to do in the physical world, your physical world's still there. They're waiting for
Yeah.
you to come out of that headset and put the focus back on them. So make sure that you're doing that. Make sure that you're taking a break, and not only
very first build. So
I
far, I've got
appreciate
16,
that.
a whole bunch unpublished because I gotta perfect things. But I've only got one published, but it's nothing compared to what you guys can create. But actually, I had a question. I see there's a lot of different stuff going on since I've been here for the last like wow, just 6 months is a long time in here.
Yeah.
Let me tell
10
you,
years,
there's a
like
lot of
5 years.
changes. Like now we got portals that people create. I still don't know how they do that. Like how are they doing that? Just curious. How do you create a portal? Is this top
It's being
secret
rolled
or is
out
it?
to people slowly. If you do have it, you can check it by clicking your menu, and if you highlight right under the world where it has info and stuff like that, it'll have a portal tab right there too. So if you have it, it'll open up. If you don't, then it's rolling out to everybody. So everybody doesn't have it just yet.
Oh
Yeah, it's
yeah.
a slow
Okay. So
rollout.
it's yeah. So it's basically it's the busiest people basically will get it first, and then it's
I
the
wouldn't say
you know
that because I've seen new people come in here and still get it. So I think it's just a
Yep.
rollout to different accounts. I
it,
think it's random.
oh yeah. So it's probably
Yeah.
within the new update and stuff like that. It's also curious because you got your own stream guy now, so that's your second headset, right? So it's
So
you can't put more
it's
than one
actually just a
headset
PC.
desktop.
under one name, right?
PC desktop.
Yeah, so
Oh, really?
basically I have another Facebook, and it's on desktop signed into the Oculus app. And if you launch the executable out of the Oculus folder, you basically get a bot that walks around with the arms to their sides, and you use them as a camera, and you can record in whatever resolution your monitor's in.
Yeah, that's like I've talked to you guys a lot about my plans up in here and doing some entertainment and having some tours go around with my artists and whatnot. But
Yeah.
it's always talk with me because I don't spend enough time in creating and actually managing this kind of stuff because I got real world stuff that takes me away for 6 months and this random times, and I'm never
just like that.
I'm really bad for making appointments and whatnot. Yeah. Yeah. See, that one, I don't know how that came up, but it shouldn't even be published. So, yeah, there's
So that's
nothing
the
to do
world.
there right now. I have a whole bunch of work to do in all of my worlds, but yeah, don't go there. It's very boring. There's nothing to do except run around in the bush.
Well, the story behind that's how we kind of met. We went into the world that somebody was helping you build, and it turned out it was a template world, and they were using
wow.
Vidyuu assets in the world and basically
What?
kind of selling it as I'm building a world for you for free. So
Oh, that's
if
messed up.
it was working towards a
Yeah.
commission build, and we literally went in
Yeah.
there, me and Squirt Reynolds, and we were just like, we'll build you a stage in like 20 minutes. And we
Yeah.
literally
Yeah.
built out a
And they
stage and
did.
some speakers and some trussing. And then we went into a whole fresh world with you and built that with you.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
Didn't even know him.
I've
No idea who he was. Was just like, hey, he's cool.
No,
He seems friendly. That's
that's
good.
how this is a great man right here. Just doesn't know me for anything and just takes me for my word and very trusting and very helping right off the
You
bat.
can tell
and
us if he sent
wants
you that
nothing
invoice that
from it,
late
so.
night. You can tell us. He
Yeah,
still
the
sent you that
invoice did come
late
through. I
night.
just never got the check. I didn't want
Yeah,
to bring it
bounced
up,
it.
but
Yeah.
we'll talk
Yeah,
after the
just no
show.
bother. It bounced. No, but that's exactly what we need up in here is more guys like you and Andrew and myself. People are just here to help, right? Not looking for any
Most
money
definitely.
exchange or anything. Just trying to build a community, like you say. Just trying to
Exactly.
build something. And like for my case, I could bring my business up in here, so that's a difference, right?
Mhm.
But I could also, entertain like I did put in the first meta concert at Club Vivid, and actually Felso was the first artist up in there as well. So it's pretty
Hey,
cool
shout
to
out
be
Felso. That's my brother right
engaged in
there.
that kind of stuff.
Yay.
Yeah. And I just want to
Mayor
do
of the
more of it,
Metaverse.
but a lot of people just don't want to put the headsets on. Like my artists, they think they're gonna get hypnotized or they're a little different them artists, right? So
Better
You do a
not be
little
no
bit.
long-term effects. I'll be mad. Photographers, content creators, educational video creators, we're all suffered.
yeah, that's my next step is get the computer hooked up so I can do live. But it's a little different when you I'm glitching out here. But yeah, it's great to see you guys. It's been a minute, but keep up the great work.
Thanks,
and,
mascot.
Hopefully,
Most
I'll have
definitely great to see you
something
back in here, man.
complete and finished, maybe. And then
Just
hopefully I
publish
could
it, man.
start
Sure.
doing
Just
some of
publish
these.
it. Most definitely.
Well, yeah,
Just hit the publish button.
Start to
You
get
can
some of
always
these
edit
tours
after.
going, and I was thinking you might be the first perfect guy to do like a music a tour throughout the studios.
I've done themed tours. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I've done themed
Yeah,
tours
because
for
I
people
noticed that
outside of
everybody's talking
Horizon.
about that. They're always asking and always looking. So like I don't know where
Yep.
everything is up in here. Just like everybody else, you got to find it and then talk and get the sources right. So yeah,
That's me. Community Connect.
That's
Most
right.
definitely.
All right, guys. Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, mascot.
Take care, man.
Trying to send you something here. I'm gonna give you a little gift.
Oh,
I'll send you a
that
thanks.
invoice getting paid tonight.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. There you go.
Appreciate you, man.
And I can't reach you. Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Yeah,
You guys
usually if
little
you just
gifts
go
here.
into your recently nearby, you can thank people easier. So
Give
Thanks,
you
man.
the
Thanks,
oddballs. I
mascot.
don't know how these awards
So,
work other than
music,
just wearing them.
music mascot, music mascot. I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but it's a live show and there's people waiting for questions. So this
sure.
mundane conversation can happen some other time.
You don't shut the fuck up, nigga. Wait your fucking turn.
easy.
All righty
Hey,
then.
remember
Welcome
we was
to live
talking
show.
about for like the
What's
first
up,
half
Huncho?
hour was make sure that regardless of the situation, it's how you handle it
Situation.
is how it
Always.
matters. So please respect the stage and the stream.
Yo, I get
Keep
a
it
sip there,
positive.
bro?
Honcho, what's up?
Yeah?
What's
What's
up,
good?
Huncho?
I can get a sip there? A little sip there?
Hey, you come through, we pick you up at the audience. So 9 o'clock every week. Feel free to stop through. This is
How
Andrew's
much
time
is
to
how
shine.
much is
So
how much how much
how much?
some
$0.
seats in here, bro? Some seats
$0.
about it, man.
Every one of them got the
My
same
fucking
price
back
tag,
hurt.
$0. You just gotta keep giving support, and you'll get some support on your back.
Most
I know the
definitely.
couch is a
Have a
little
good one.
comfier up here.
All right.
Appreciate
All right,
you.
Good luck.
Huncho. All right, bro.
Yep, you gotta back in. There you go.
There you go.
Kawaii Creator, first time on the
Hey,
show.
Kauai.
Welcome. Great to have
Hey
you.
guys. So everybody, it's so easy to talk about your success on any platform. Can you talk
Mhm.
about maybe a failure or something you struggled with and you had to overcome that could help somebody else who may be in the same kind of situation?
Motivation.
I'd love to hear from
Um,
both of you, like in this
I'll
platform
start.
specifically.
Any platform or just this one?
This one.
This one. I'll start first. That's a great question. I actually got that question a while back, and I didn't have an answer to it. Um, because I don't really look at anything as a failure to me. For some odd reason, I always just look at it as a learning experience and to always keep pushing forward through it. But in here, I would probably say, to probably give an idea of something, if you build a world and you see it's not getting the traffic probably that you wanted it to get, I think that's probably one of the biggest things in here to a lot of people, especially creators. Um, I would probably say the thing that I do, so if people don't know, there is a whole nother, there's an Instagram world out here for Horizons Worlds. If people don't know, people do have separate accounts just for their avatars. Shout out to Nocturnal. I don't think he gets on anymore, but he was the first person to introduce all I think it takes is one person to see it because then they tell their other friends about it and they tell their other friends about it. So I would think that's probably the one thing that I think that I feel like I probably had a failure at is building a world and it didn't get the traffic that I thought it would get. and I overcame that by making sure more eyes were able to see that world. Because I think that's all it takes. People have so many dope worlds out here. It's just is not that many eyes on it. So,
Smart.
Oculus.
Oh, this is a great question. I'm glad you asked because I love talking about my failures because my failures they're necessary. You don't grow without failure. You don't learn without failure. And so every time I do something, and if I get compliments or if it blows up or if it does well, the only thing I learn from it is that I need to keep growing. I need to keep trying because I either pick something up a little easier at a time and I didn't learn as much as I thought, or there's so much more opportunity to learn. But the very specific instance being my first world. And my first world, on its year anniversary, no lie, I got 100 visits. And I was like, I was blown away. I was like, 100 people took the time out of their day to go visit my first world, and it's garbage. But the reason that I keep it
It was
published
not
is
garbage.
because it's where I started. It's literally my
Yep.
first world. It was what I was capable of with the tools that were available. And I wanted to at least give it my best effort at the time so I could look back and see where I've grown from. But also in all the people that I've met through world tours, through, events like these, when people ask me like, how did you get started? How did you learn? Like, how did you not get discouraged and just walk away? And I explain that if you keep that first world and you look back at it after you have grown, even after a few months, or in your case, like 6 days later, you can look at the progression of how much the progression of like looking at what you were capable of at that one point that you thought you could never get any better, and then looking at where you're at now. And this world hasn't been updated since I don't know, November. We had the launcher competition that ended in October. So November was the last time this was updated. So we're coming up on almost a year. And literally I changed out that tree and I think I added a sign. That was it. So that's the only thing that I did to this world because this is another thing of, my history in here that shows me where I started, where I came from, and where I'm at now. So my biggest failure was my biggest lesson, and that was just keep growing, just keep learning, ask for help, and then, share these stories with other people so that way they have the opportunity to be able to grow and get encouraged to just start creating.
Absolutely. Great answers, both of you. Appreciate you.
Great question.
Mine was better though. It's not a competition, but
I think
possibly have like 100 people.
Figured out better than most people, so you're already ahead of the game.
Okay.
So Andrew, I know you talked about your,
Oh,
your
can I add
failure in
something real
here,
quick?
your success in here.
We
Get
got
out of here!
soup right
Get
here.
out of here with that.
Can I add something real quick? Real quick.
I'm trying to bring my bot in. I was trying to ignore him.
So,
All right, go ahead.
so hold
Super.
on to touch base on Carter. Carter. So if you do need some help, on September 19th, me and Smile Honey Child are going to be relaunching the second part of the Kid Scripts program. The Kid Scripts
Nice.
program, we really we mentor the kids in Horizon Worlds to learn how to script as well as also learn how to build. So if you have build questions as well too, you can feel free to ask that, and whoever the instructor is or mentor is for that day will be able to help you out. So if you want to join it, I'll connect with you, and then I'll give you dates and times on when we're gonna meet up and what time we're gonna meet up at, if that works for you.
This is one
Yep.
philanthropic dude. Is that what that means? Philanthropic?
Why
He ain't
you
giving no
throwing
money out.
stuff? Why you throwing stuff at me, man?
Oh,
So that's
we was giving you your Folgers.
your flowers.
No, it's flowers, not Folgers. My bad. We was giving you your Folgers.
Yeah. So Carter,
All right.
Go ahead, Oculus.
Oh my god. No, but for real, like you're gonna miss an opportunity if you don't just publish your world. If you don't just like put it out there, play test it, get some feedback. Because sometimes you're just spending way too much time on something that might not even matter. And I
Yeah.
always shout out T. Mark Berman on this because his ski resort world, he told me when I was first in there, he was hosting his world, telling me about how he spent all this time on the chairlift and working with a scripter to get it perfectly timed, and
Yeah.
you could be in there for hours. And the chairlift, for the most part, is basically riding along with the animation. And everybody went in there, climbed the mountain, and was jumping off the high dive. It was literally a stretched out
To
rectangle.
go on that point, I've said that before. I always said it's not most of the time what you build in the world. It's always the people
How'd
that's
that
in
happen?
it. And I actually ran an experiment on doing that. I literally, like, I think a month ago, I created a world with literally just a box, in a blank box, and it was just nothing but a white world. And 32 people came in there, and we were in there for like 6, 7 hours. And like the next day, I changed the color, and it was just to show. Cinnamon was there too. She's putting her thumbs up. I'm pretty sure it was a couple people that was in there that day. And every day I would just change the color, but it was to show that it's not what you build; it's always going to be the community, and that's the people in there that's going to show support. Because I've seen someone build a mansion, and I mean it was huge and so much stuff in there. And on her opening day, so many people came in there, and after 5 minutes, guess where everybody was? Outside the mansion, on the side, sitting there talking. Nobody was even in the mansion. Nobody was even like even paying attention to it. But it's to show like whatever you're building and working on, just publish it, get feedback from people and stuff like that. And whatever you're probably taking so long on, man, it probably doesn't even matter. So
Usually it doesn't. Usually it's just some stuff that doesn't even matter. The high dive was a stretched out rectangle, and everybody was in there just so that way they could see the high dive. And so he made a couple more of them because that's what people enjoyed. So play test, pay attention to what people want, and just give them more of it because they're going to gravitate to whatever matters to them. If you spend all this time trying to script something amazing and then nobody goes and checks it out because it's just not what they're interested in, you'll figure it out when you play test. Zach, the
yeah.
artist, what's up, my
man?
dude?
What's up, guys? First off, just wanted to say, I this is awesome. I tried making out earlier. I did end up tuning in to the live stream, but wanted to say, I guess a few touch points. So the best thing that I've, I guess, learned about that exact situation is and actually I probably could even have been you, Oculus, but I was told this, and actually helped me out a lot. Was like
absolutely was me.
Like I probably was, to be honest, but it's so like our like a creator's version of complete is 1,000 times different than somebody else's version of complete.
Yeah.
So like publishable, like I mean, what you think, like absolutely okay. There's this needs to go, this needs to go, this needs to go. Like I like how you had the point of there was a mansion, but they're outside. So it's definitely something to think about. Is like I mean, just publish it when you are able to have the utility there, and then just like you said, just let the rest come. And then like for the failures, like every failure is another step towards the success. Like I like you have to fail in order to really learn how to like succeed. In my opinion, it's kind of one of the hardest things. I mean, it was like you said, is having to build what's like what everybody would want. And I mean, I've kind of just came to realize that you really can't do that.
Can't please
you just,
everybody.
I mean, yeah, exactly. So like, I mean, at the end of the day, build for yourself. If you truly, truly, truly like it, you don't ask for anybody else's opinion, and then just, I mean, anyways, I'm not gonna do what Marquez said is come up here and rant, but I will just say,
Marquez
man,
is my unofficial bodyguard. Your time is almost up. Finish what you're saying. Move on. No, I'm just kidding.
No, but that's about it. Honestly, but I appreciate you guys. This is great. This is definitely
man.
something I can listen to and just relax after just being brain dead from creating.
Hey, that's
for the
what's
past
up.
18
That's
hours.
pretty good. We're
That's
gonna have to
dope,
have
man.
Andrew
That's
Money
dope.
back on the stage. I mean,
Oh Lord,
that's a good conversation.
Hopefully I got
and
great
right on
connection and
time.
have
We
a
could always
beginning.
use some drive-through therapy. So
Therapy,
please provide
hey.
us with a little bit more, as we just heard from Zach the artist. What can we do for you?
Hi everyone. Hi. I'm Drive Through Therapy.
Extrovert.
So I first, yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to say thank you for hosting events like this. I think it's really important for us who want to be a little bit more popular to come up and express ourselves a little bit more and kind of show off what we have to offer. I wanted to say I'm just a little confused because I know that I've really wanted to expand my horizons here. No pun intended. I wanted to expand my horizons here. I wanted to become a little bit more popular on, through different worlds and creating and stuff. And I've even gone.
Boom.
Oh, there you go.
Look at
Thank
that.
you. Thank you. That's my own.
Everybody save that world.
Yeah, everyone
You
save it
can't-
and like it,
but
please.
save the name. Save the name.
Everyone like it and save it,
Drive
please.
through therapy. Everybody say
I
So what is your
appreciate
question?
that.
Everybody
I
add her as
appreciate
a
that.
friend right now and follow her. Everybody follow her.
Yep.
She'll be the most
I
popular
appreciate
person
it.
at
Thank you.
this
So
moment.
finish your
Let's get it.
question while we're embarrassing you and
Yeah,
making you
no,
feel
yeah.
uncomfortable, of
Oh,
course.
I'm getting a lot of thanks. I appreciate that, guys. So basically,
like that.
I've gone through the extent of joining events like, well, for lack of a better term, it's like not prostitution per se.
Okay.
But just
That's
very
the wrong way to do it. Just
right.
so you
Oh
know,
yeah, sorry.
That's the wrong
Right,
way.
no, sorry. That was not the word I was supposed to use. More so like just
Solicitation.
There you
right.
go.
Solicitation.
Just expressing females in a different way. And so I've gone through that extent. I still am not as popular as I wanted to be. And I was like, I'm out here and I'm putting myself out there on different worlds, joining different events, and nothing is happening. So I just don't know. I just need a tip, I guess.
Advice. So
Yeah.
Andrew
Well,
Money
that actually
became
just-
popular because his face is so silky smooth and he
Yeah.
keeps it fresh and proper hair care is important. No, but
Right.
I want to just tell you from my perspective, the more that you chase being popular or important, the
You won't
harder
be
it is to
popular.
get. I've been in
yeah.
here since February of last year, and every time somebody says, Oculos, I see you as a community leader. Oculos, you're the most popular
Mhm.
person. You're an influencer. I'm like, I don't see it as that. I'm here as a part of the community, just trying to elevate others. The moment you stepped up and said, I need help, what did we do? Popped a portal, come up here and friend you
Boom.
and
Right,
send
yeah.
things. That's how you do it. Just be genuine, be real, be
Exactly.
honest, and that's what
I appreciate
continues
that, yeah.
to bring more people to you. But I can honestly say, if first thing, follow me, Andrew Money, on Instagram and on Facebook.
Okay,
Make
cool.
sure that you start hosting events in your world. Show up to events like these and just participate and just go world hopping. Just go to places
Cool.
and make friends. Popularity is not really important in here. It's about just being
It's not.
a genuine person, and people take interest in being around you.
I appreciate
Exactly.
that. Yeah, I mean, I've been
Like, look at
been
that whole couch
to
over
many
there.
world.
That whole couch met
Oh
today.
yeah,
They
no, I
will
see
not
it. I've been
sit in their own seats. The whole damn couch.
I've been
The
to
whole
many
family.
places. Like
We've
I've
got
been to men's
five-seaters.
bathhouse. I've been well, that's
All right, I
actually
think you're
where I
hanging
hang
in the
out
wrong
most of the
places.
time.
If I can
Yeah,
take
you
a
know,
guess,
I think that's what it
you
is. I think
might
that's what it is.
Be in the wrong places.
you're looking for the
That's what
wrong
it might
attention
be.
if you're
Yeah, you're right.
if
You're
you're
right.
looking at those events. Nothing against the creator of that world. I know it was briefly
Yeah.
taken down. But you got to just get out there and just go to
Just be
different
you.
events, go to different
Just
places.
be you. Literally.
Be you,
Just
Cool.
be
yeah.
you.
I appreciate it.
I became and got the support and stuff that I have now is just by being me. Literally.
And you
Being
paid
I
nice,
appreciate
showing
it.
support to people with the community and stuff like that.
Venmo.
I probably got over 1,000
Venmo.
followers now, as it would say. I'm gonna continue to say friends. I'm not gonna say followers. I got over
Yeah.
1,000 followers at this moment, just being me, literally. And people will gravitate towards you,
Yeah, I get
depending
that.
on your
Yeah, I feel the
personality and stuff,
energy.
and
You guys
support
are
you
you
and stuff
seem
like
real
that.
and you seem
So
genuine, so I appreciate that.
just by me being in here, I didn't seen probably 200 people that I know come through this world already, just because they seen me in here.
Yep.
And Ikelos probably has never seen some of these people in here, like the people over there waving. Is people who know me and they support and they'll follow where I go. It's just being you. That's all.
Yeah,
Just be you.
I appreciate that.
Wait,
Most
they showed
definitely.
up for you? I thought they was here for me.
They said no.
Oh well. Marquez is here for me. Marquez is my people. So.
All right,
Look,
well,
All
I
serious
appreciate your
substance
time.
therapy.
Ikelos, watch this.
Hold on,
Ikelos.
don't go nowhere yet.
Ikelos, watch this. Everybody throw confetti if they came for me. Everybody throw confetti if they came for Oculus.
Oh.
They're true.
Everybody throw confetti who got two arms. Oh, look, nobody did it.
Hey,
there we
you
go. But before you leave, I do want to say thank you for stepping up to the mic for asking that question because
Most
it is
definitely.
helpful. I know sometimes people feel if they, put themselves out there too much, you get that wrong energy. Trust me, in here, just be yourself, be, amazing, and just keep showing up. So if you're here next week, 9 o'clock Eastern, 5 Pacific, that's the wrong math. 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 Pacific. I'd love to have you up on stage and talk to you. So just stop by.
Oh, cool. Awesome. Thank you.
And if you don't show up, I'm
you.
gonna unfriend you. So that's it. That's how it works.
Thank you, guys.
Or it's following now, Ikelos. You're gonna stop following.
Yeah, we're following. That's right. They followed you here.
Oopsie daisy, you're
Marquez
going the wrong way.
followed me here. Hey, Parzival in the house. Shout out.
What's up, Parzival?
Roll Bunny.
See you up there in the back.
Oopsie Daisy. Welcome
What's up,
to
Bane?
the stage.
See you back there, Genesee.
Feel
Miss
free to
T.
ask your question.
See all y'all in the crowd. Zorian, what's up, man?
Hi,
All right,
I'm
Oopsie
Oopsie
Daisy.
Daisy,
Hi.
and I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, Oopsie.
What are your thoughts on meta turned real life romance?
So
Meta
if
turned
you
real life romance.
If you join, there's a Love Island or something group for Horizon.
Yeah.
There's actually already worlds and Facebook groups for it. So you can actually join a Horizon Facebook group for that. So if you are actually looking to meet people in a more intimate way, they do exist. And that's the beauty of the metaverse and specifically Horizon. If it doesn't exist, go create it. So if it's not what you're expecting or what you want, literally just open up your menu, click on that create button down the bottom, and then click on New World at the top. And you can literally create your own. And then from there, people will just take interest. They'll start seeing it in their menu. And then who knows? You might be able to create an entire community out of it. So if you're looking for it, by all means, seek it.
Okay, that leads on to my second question. Are
Sure.
you guys single?
I am not, and he is neither. Don't go creeping.
we're
It's
not.
late at night, but we need
Anyone
to
here
need to be
single?
honest. All right, single folk.
got
there
some
you
hands
go.
up.
Gross.
Oh,
Oh,
all right.
well.
Coming up there for you, Genesee.
Woo!
What's
She
up?
put the super boots on. Dun, 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 dun,
Man,
dun,
she
dun,
moved
dun,
kind of
dun, dun,
fast.
dun.
Hey, Soup, you single? Somebody's looking for you. He's single.
What?
Here you go, right here.
Whoa.
Where you going, suit?
Weave.
The Oculus pop out of here? Alrighty. I guess I'll step into the spotlight until he gets back. I don't know what happened to him, but if we have any more questions, please step up. Questions, comments. Yeah.
Hi.
What's up, Jim?
Hey, so once you start building, it can definitely become kind of addictive. And I wonder if you have any advice on how somebody could stop building the same world in different iterations over and over again. Because I've built 22 churches, and I don't ever know what to do with them, and I just keep making more.
Take off your headset and think about different things to build. It's kind of I've never heard that before. Someone built the same thing 20 different times. We got Oculus coming back in. We'll switch seats now. But I've never seen anybody build the same thing. I've seen people build probably matter of fact, I have. I've seen somebody build probably like 10 clubs. And I don't know if
Oh,
it's an
Jesus, yeah.
addiction, but I would say get an inspiration from something else. Start world hopping and go see other things because you could just be stuck in your head and try to build the
Yeah.
same thing over and over
I
and
built
over
a
again. Just
hospital, but I ended up putting a church in the hospital too. It's on the
Some
second
hospitals
floor.
have churches.
Amen.
Or do they all have them? Do they all
They
have
probably
them?
do.
I think most of them have them.
Lots of hospitals do have churches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you go to church every Sunday?
No, I'm not
Why you
religious.
gotta ask that?
I don't know because
It's
he's building a
2022.
bunch of churches. No, my question was to say you're probably building it because you probably want to go to one. So or probably check one out
Maybe.
one Sunday.
We hold a bunch of different events on them. Like,
Oh, you
I
didn't
had
come
like
here, Oculus. His question was that people can get addicted to building, and he's built over like 20 churches, and that's what he's constantly building every time he get in here.
Oh,
yeah.
I may have
So
seen some of your churches. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I have seen your churches. I think I've actually talked to you in the plaza once.
Oh, it could be. Oh
So,
yeah,
I'm
there's
not
nothing wrong
gonna
with building.
I'm not gonna lie.
I did talk to you.
I thought he
Yep.
was joking. He does have
Yeah, I'm not
so
joking.
many churches built. Oh god.
All right, that's it for
Oh,
me.
you thought
Thanks,
he was
guys.
joking?
Yeah, I thought he
I
was
thought you meant-
joking
you thought
when
I
he
was
asked the
joking.
question. He does have like
No.
yeah. I thought he was
Yeah.
joking.
So I met
almost
him in
didn't
the
take
plaza,
question
and I was
serious.
like, "Are you new to Horizon?" And he was like, "No, I've created some worlds." And I'm like, "Oh, well, what kind of worlds do you build?" And he was like, "Churches." And I'm like, "Okay, well, you're gonna have to explain a little bit. Like, is it like big, like the massive churches in like the UK,
Yeah.
like these big Catholic churches?" And he goes, "Just any church. I made a bunch of different kinds." And I clicked on his name, and I'm like, "Oh, you are not kidding." And
That's
it
crazy.
wasn't like anything other than just a conversation about he had an interest in
Yeah.
building churches, and I think that's okay. That if you want to build
It could be
20
a
more,
calling.
go
Could
for
be
it.
a calling, Oculo. I
Imagine
think so.
being a home builder and you build the same house in every
Every
neighborhood
single
for
time.
your entire career. Now, that's not insanity. That's not being like, lack of creativity or being obsessed. That's just you're really good
Yeah.
at it. So, shout out to
Yeah.
you for, all of your work putting in for all those churches. I guarantee you
Hey.
that somebody's going to search one of those and it's going to be a place that they want to go to and that's their safe space. So, you got to think
Yeah.
of it that way.
Most definitely.
GDW Bain, welcome.
What's
What's up,
going on?
Bane?
Thank you, bro. I have a question because I'm a creator too, but lately I just been addicted to playing blackjack and spending all my money in the blackjack.
Yo, fire
Recently,
this
I
dude
think
right
it's like an
here.
addiction.
Did you hire him to plug your show on my
No.
show?
I think I have a real
Rage.
problem.
Rage. All right, I'll tell you what. To break that addiction, unfollow this one, and then anything else. Literally anything else.
Yeah, because I'm like 200 in a hole right now.
Hey,
I'm trying to get out of it.
talk to me about it. Did he tell you to hit on 13? Because I guarantee you, he did not
No, he
recommend
doesn't tell me when to hit.
staying.
It's just that platform is just an addiction.
Yeah.
And me and my
man.
friend,
I'm glad
I'm
glad
for
you
the
love it,
last
man.
12 hours.
Oh man.
Hey, it's a
Did you
fun
pass her
world.
up?
Win
Did
or
you
lose.
pass her up?
No,
Wait,
I
one
lost.
question. One question. Who won the weekly
Tech.
challenge?
Tech.
Wait, what?
At
He called back
900
up?
and something. 900. He got
Wow.
900 and some wins.
Oh,
That's an
damn.
addiction.
That's in 1 week.
Yeah,
Holy
1 week,
crap.
900 wins.
Dang, I feel bad for Casbeer. I gotta
I
go.
don't think you feel bad at all.
900.
I don't think
Did
you
you
feel
say
bad at all.
900?
Yeah,
That's
900
in 1
wins
week.
in 1 week.
That's in 1 week. Yeah, we had
Yeah,
a weekly
tell him
challenge
to
going on for
take
the
a day
person
off.
who had the most wins by Sunday tonight
But
at
if,
11:59 Eastern Time wins $100. So
but if you
yeah,
guys want to, you can check out my world. Melvin's Revenge is up
don't you
published.
check out that world. If you
It's
got
amazing
fears, don't
world.
you go in that world.
Oh wow!
Look, here they
Alright,
go.
You heard it here
He was gonna
first.
check it out. We got
You heard it
Oopsie
here
Daisy
first.
again.
Don't and do
I
check
got
it
one more
out.
question.
Oopsie Daisy, was it a love connection?
No, there wasn't.
Okay.
So I
Sorry,
have
Soup.
a friend who I'm actually really concerned about that I met here in Meta.
wow.
Every time he meets a new girl, he always takes him to his stupid, ugly gorilla world that he built. How should I approach him and tell him that you gotta stop hitting on bitches? Excuse my word. Excuse my swear, my French. How should I approach him and tell him he needs to chill out?
I think you should tell him just
If-
like that.
Yeah,
Chill out?
because
He doesn't listen.
that's literally.
If he's not listening
so
to you,
here's two
then I don't think. Yeah, you go ahead with that one, Oculus.
I was gonna say, so there's two things here. One, if you have a friend and you speak up and you actually have enough like courage to tell them they're doing something wrong, that's amazing on you. The second half of that being if they're not gonna take your advice, those are the kind of people that you need to stop associating with. I know you want to try and help this person, but there comes a time where you can't save everybody. So you really have to, for your own mental well-being, for your own sanity, you can do only so much, but when it gets to that point where you've done enough and they're just not listening and they don't respect you enough to just hear you out, then just move on. You need to, cut them off.
Yeah. What
Okay.
Oculus said. You're welcome.
Yep. And
What do you guys
that
think
gorilla world
about-
does not sound like a good date night.
It definitely is not. It's really, really stupid looking.
It's weird.
But what do you guys think? What if I told him, hey, why don't you build an elephant world and then take your girls there?
I feel like that's probably not going to help. I mean, unless he's like really genuine good dude, it's just a weird environment. I don't know. I'm not in the circumstance. All I can say is give your best advice from where where it means the most. And if he takes it, he takes it. If you
Okay.
don't, you can only do so much.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Dr. Drew, money, you're on.
Man.
Villa Lobos, no, come back. Okay, Kelper's on. Oh, Villa Lobos. Be shuffling.
We can't hear you. Are you in a party?
You must be in a party. You're in a party because we can't hear you. Check your chat
Check
setting.
your wrist and press the headphone. Make sure there's no circle around it. Still
Nope,
can't hear you.
not yet.
Should say everyone.
Yep, we'll come
All right,
back to you. No worries.
Kelper.
Kelper, what's up?
I really don't have a question. Well, I guess it is a question. I was wondering if you could just plug my only world that I've ever built. You could drop a portal.
So Andrew and I are not about supporting other creators. We actually
At
just want
all.
to support. No, I'm just kidding. Absolutely, absolutely. Talk about your world. Tell the audience. Hey, you
Oh,
put it right in
hell
his face.
no.
Stop
What?
it right now. Stop
Hold
it right
on.
now. Bro.
All right, they're pros.
Bro.
He's the
That
gorilla,
was
bro.
incredible. That was incredible. Yeah.
What the fuck? Oh my god, yo! I just knew it was
Okay,
something
that
up
was-
with him too. I had a feeling, but that was dope.
Okay.
though. That
That
was.
was that was hilarious. I'm sorry. I was almost mad. Like this close.
Hey, where she's
I
at?
was this
She can be an
close.
actor because she was. Hey, I got a sense when people are not really serious all the time, but she had a poker face. Good poker face. Oopsie Daisy.
Oh my
But
god. Thank you for
Oculo's
that. That
character,
was
he's not
great.
gonna call anyone out. He'll try to stay true to himself and answer the question with all honesty. But
Ugh.
yeah, I didn't think it was. I didn't believe her when she
All
said
right, so like
he should
90
build a world with an elephant in it. Yeah, it was.
I mean, I was
That threw me.
95% like just trying to be a genuine person, but there was that 5% red flag that I was just like, I'm gonna be cautious and I'm gonna just tell her to just be genuine. That's as far
Oh,
as you
man.
can get. Miss
What's up, Miss
T?
T?
What's happening?
23.
Hey, how y'all doing?
What's up, Miss
Always
T?
good to
So,
see you.
I just have two things to say. One, I definitely want to talk to you personally, but I guess we'll do that at
Me?
another time. Yes. Um,
Ooh. Not through
not
IG
like
though.
that, y'all,
You
about
slow.
business.
You slow
Um,
on IG. No,
and
but
ever since I met you, you've been such an awesome person.
Please don't
I
make me cry. Why
never
y'all come up
heard
here doing
like
this?
oh,
Oh my
everybody
god.
stop
throw
it.
confetti for the
I never had a
awesome
bad
Andrew.
vibe with or around you.
Oh my
You also
god.
like always have positive energy. Um
I
Every
hate when
time we
people do
hung
this.
out, it's always been good.
Oh
And
my
like you
god.
said, you really don't find no bad people like hating or none of that
Yeah,
around you. Um, and I noticed that as well. I mean, it's a lot of haters out here, and
most definitely.
Amen.
you know, all I see around you is like good energy and love. So I would say that. And you're a
Wow,
great
thank you.
creator and a great person overall. So I just want to tell you
How
that.
do I get all that? How do I get all them flowers? Did he handpick those and hand them to you to give back to him?
I mean, because
Like,
we
how was
hung
that
so many
delivered?
times and we had so many conversations, and
Oh my god.
you're really a good friend. So
Okay, Miss
I just
T.
wanted
All
to
right,
say
thank you, thank you. I ain't trying to shed no tears in this
Miss
Oculus.
T, if you could name the
that.
top 10 qualities in Andrew that you admire the most.
No, bye. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You just go back to your seat.
Well, I said a
Just
lot
off
of
the
them.
top.
I'm gonna be 100 with you. I
You
said a lot
did.
of them.
I
He
figured you were
really
just
is a
going to
good
repeat
person,
yourself and
y'all,
be
and
like,
a great
positive
creator. So
vibes,
I
the
just want to give you that
hairline,
much.
Can y'all
his
stop sending all
beard
these
always
thank yous?
looking
Y'all gonna
fresh.
run
And
my
his
battery down.
avatar is very handsome, y'all. Just letting you know.
Oh,
I don't know if you see
Oh
it.
oh,
my god.
Let me stop playing
had
with
to
you.
edit that
Thank you,
out.
Miss T.
You're going to get him on the couch. You're going to be on the couch tomorrow night. Oh, boy. Oh,
Oh man.
how long has it been since I asked you a question? Because,
I don't
damn,
know,
there's
probably
been
3 hours.
so many, and I got
Different
punked
people.
on my own show, which Oopsie Daisy will forever hold that title. Marquez straight called somebody out at the mic on my show. Everybody came here to follow Andrew Money on my show. So it's been an amazing night. Anybody else? Oh
Oh
my
man.
god. I seriously can't thank y'all enough. Seriously,
Oh my
confetti
god, all
for
these
all of
damn
y'all
thank yous.
because every time I look out in the crowd, I'm just so
Y'all gonna
appreciative when I see these names
run my damn
by
battery out.
Sinzilla was like, I don't care. No, but in all seriousness, like when I look out in the audience and I see y'all out here supporting, it might not be for me, it might be for my guests, but that's okay. I appreciate the fact that you're out here supporting my guests. I don't know what Ann freaking Drea is doing,
And
but
freaking
damn that.
Drea. I don't know what's
Oh,
up. Never mind.
yep. And she gone too. So before I thank people more and they disappear, just want to say thank you to all for being here. So Andrew, it's almost we on the 4 hour mark, so I don't want to keep you much longer. I know it's midnight where you're at. I know it's 1 a.m. for us East Coasters. I just want to ask you, do you have anything that you want to share just as general advice to anybody out there, except for the Kawhi creators, because they got it figured out. I mean, they got like all the world creations. I mean, in the world. I mean, they got more Kawhi creations than dude had churches. So I mean, we should no, but seriously, any advice
um,
from what you've
uh,
learned in here to anybody who just maybe doesn't know?
I'm always a broken record when I talk, but advice to people, man, coming into community new or you've been in here for months, man, just be yourself. Be yourself and be kind to others. I know it may sound like, you know, but it's the truth. It goes a long way. You never may know what a person is going through in that day, man. You may lift the person up.
Mm.
It's like I said, a lot of people do come in here to escape the real world and to come in here and to get that type of energy and love from the people that's already here, man. It goes a long way. Trust me, I've seen it with my own eyes. I done seen people almost on their deathbed step up in here. Cause like I said, it's family here, and you get to actually know these people. I done seen people almost died, and the support in here that people showed for these people, man, is it was ridiculous. So most definitely show love, be kind to people, man, and just be you. And for the creators and builders out there, keep building, keep publishing these worlds, man, and just stay true to yourself.
Damn, that's some good advice. I don't know how to follow that up because that's literally word for word what I said last week on my show here.
Oh wow.
So thanks for no, but in all honesty, that is the best advice because you don't know what people are going through or why they're here. There were times where I was just literally welcoming somebody into the circle of conversation. They might be over there at that couch, and I'm like, just come on over. You unmute whenever you're ready. You don't have to participate, whatever you want to do. And people who I had welcomed into the conversation, one of them told me that they went 2 weeks in the plaza and not one person noticed them. Not one
Wow.
person. Now, I tell you what, I've been in the plaza and I can't tell you how many times I've seen just people scattered and I'm looking around
Yeah.
and I'm like noticing everybody in there. But they were literally just in the background for 2 weeks and not one person just looked at them and said, come on over, come have a conversation. And I'm not going to put their name or their business out there, but they were going through a lot of mental health issues, a lot of personal issues at home. Also trying to deal with understanding like their own identity and like who they are in this metaverse and so many things. And it was just like, I'm so grateful that I get to make these connections with people because regardless of what they're going through, I'm just trying to just bring people into the conversation. So I encourage y'all to do the same. If somebody is just in the background, if they are just kind of hanging around but not joining into the conversation, just welcome them over. It doesn't matter. Just say, "Come on over." Unmute when you're ready. You don't have to talk. Just come on over and just be a part of the conversation. And it's so powerful because they'll immediately just not only feel as though they're not invisible, but they may even be encouraged to actually like say hello or actually share with you, their incredible worlds that they've been creating. So there's just so much to just being a genuine person and being just
Exactly.
of service to the people in the community. It takes is just saying come on over and have a conversation. So um I guess Andrew Money, congrats on all your success. Seriously, I've been a fan since maybe day two. Day one I wasn't sure. Comedy Lit, I thought maybe you was coming at me. I didn't know. Everybody was calling me names. Super was recording it. I got evidence. But in all seriousness, I since day one though, for real, like when I met you, like I was immediately like, this seems like a good dude. Like he's funny. He's got people around him. They're all having a good time. You were just positive. Miss T had said all the adjectives that really kind of fit exactly who you are. So I don't have to keep saying them.
Even a
So
handsome one.
seriously, I'm so grateful. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that shit at all. Cut that from the record. Never said it. Um, but seriously, I'm so grateful to have met you. I consider you a friend. I consider you like an inspiration for just doing more things in here and keep going. I know you're not going to stop, but just keep going. I mean, if you ever need that conversation, you start feeling down, maybe things aren't going your way for that minute, you already know my inbox is always open.
Always.
So I appreciate you.
Always. Appreciate you. Thank you.
So with that, for the live stream, we're gonna wrap it up. First, I'm gonna do Super Ugly Face, and we're gonna tell the live stream. Shout out to Super. Make sure that y'all like and subscribe. If you got comments, I'm sorry, Super's not here right now. Leave a message. He'll get back to you as soon as he can. But make sure that y'all check out the Super stream. He's streaming everywhere. He's everywhere. So shout
Everywhere.
out to all the Super fans. And here we go. It's creepy ass.
He did not just come in on that. You so weird, bro.
Yo, he is so weird.
I'm sure looking like, who the hell said that? Not you coming in on your bot, man.
It's like a damn Chucky doll. You like a damn Chucky doll. Yeah. All right, shout out Super.
And Feekin' Dre,
All right,
what's
y'all.
up?
Once he done talking, shout out to everybody on the live stream. Appreciate y'all hanging with us. Make sure y'all come back every Sunday, 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 Pacific. We'll be right here on Horizon Live. I'm Oculus 410. This is my guest, Andrew Money. He over here taking a selfie, and we'll catch y'all next time. Peace.